Bum. Bum. We're gonna do some reading. Yes, we are. So we'll talk about it until everybody arrives on the live stream. The elite sippers will be joining us. Let's make sure we send the link to them. Let's send a link. Pum. Pum. Hey, X, let's do some nighttime reading. If it's nighttime where you are, because it's always nighttime somewhere. Pum. In the time it takes for me to sing my tumty tum, we will get the link sent out. This is an impromptu reading suggested on X that we take a look at some lawmakers and history, early written history of early times. If you ever wondered what, let's see, a history of that wouldn't be a good enough analogy. Well, from our perspective, the stars get closer together. So we're going to read a history of George Washington written by Benjamin Franklin or Abraham Lincoln. But we're really going to read Plutarch's take on Lycurgus, and then Plutarch on Numa, and then Plutarch comparing the two of them as lawmakers. So if you're wondering what the Lacedaemonian laws were like and where they came from, it's going to be quite a fun time. If you want to compare legal theories and legal structures between Rome and a city state in ancient Greece, that'll be a fun time. If you want to look at the history of history as it gets developed and people work out how to sort out betwixt competing sources what actually was going on, it'll be worthwhile. If you want to hear a good story and find out about your own DNA and who you are, because we have this idea that we make decisions. I'm going to marry so and so. I'm going to build a business. I'm going to have kids, whatever. And then the decisions we make write the future. Of course, that's somewhat true. But we are the future that was written by the people in the past who made decisions. And if we go to Athens and we go to Sparta and we go to Rome and we go to London and we go to Bangladesh and we go to Philadelphia and we go to Tehran, we will find the main cities out of which our ancestors who left us a legacy and told us about their understanding of themselves and therefore their understanding of us and our understanding of ourselves. We might become more enlightened when we're deciding how to vote and what to think about and who we are and whether or not we have certain rights and what our natures and characters are. So we're going to look into our past and we're going to look at stories. So The difference between history and chronology is that I was always bored in history in grade school. I felt like, why study a subject where I have to memorize numbers called dates and link them to events? But that's not history. So history was boring because it wasn't being taught. Chronology is the subject of studying the order in which things happened. We're not going to do chronology. We're going to do history. History is storytelling, just like literature itself. It has an added empirical requirement. Book project. Look out to our police. Access to the events. But as I was saying, history is like storytelling. You're supposed to learn how to do our ways. Well, we might share this, which got us started in the first place. Can I hear you?
Yeah, I was kind of losing your sound a
Not
bit.
hear you. So there's no audio coming through to us from you as of now. Maybe it's on my end. Perhaps I have to fix something.
Let me test. Testing, testing.
No, it should be working on my end. Let's see here. All right, now you're on mute. So if we unmute you, can we hear you?
Let's see if you can hear me.
We're having technical issues. Let's see here. It could be my end. I'm going to drop out and come right back, and maybe it's on my end. So give me one moment. All right, let's see if we can fix this.
Testing, testing. What about now? Can you hear me? Okay, can you hear me?
Boom, baby.
Awesome.
We
I
knew.
think I think this deserves a simultaneous sip.
I think so too. So, everybody out there in Xville, get your cup, your mug, your glass, your tankard, your chalice, your thermos or your stein, your canteen jug or flask, your vessel of any kind, and fill it with your favorite liquid. I like lots of things. And join me now for the unparalleled pleasure, the dopamine hit of the day, the thing that makes everything, including the nighttime readings, even better. It's called the simultaneous sip and it happens right now. Go.
That,
Oh,
that's
come
the thing.
on.
Yeah.
Come on. What is better than that? Okay. We were looking at an awesome painting with a character named Numa. And we thought, wouldn't it be fun? Wouldn't it just be a hoot and a holler to read some history. And we were talking about history before we were interrupted, so we won't talk about it now. Should we do Numa? Should we do Lycurgus and then Numa and then the comparison of Numa and Lycurgus, which is how I usually read it? What do you feel?
Let's do it how you usually read it, because this is pretty new for me.
All right,
Uh,
groovy. So, as I was saying before in the video, we're going to be reading the history of George Washington as written by Benjamin Franklin. Not really, because there's almost a millennia between them, but we're going to be reading Plutarch, who's writing in 75 AC, AD. Why don't you just say AD? Uh, anyway, writing about Lycurgus, who was the lawgiver to the Lacedaemonians, the Spartans. And then we're going to be reading about Numa by the same author, as he gives us a comparison after that of which one was a better lawmaker and the principles and the process by which they came up with their laws and all of that stuff. So while we do this, we get to have the literary aspect of history where we get to hear stories about ourselves, quid rides mutaro nomine, change only the names and the stories about you. So stop laughing. And also, we're going to be looking at the development of history, where we get to hear Plutarch talk about, well, this guy says this, and this guy says this, and here's why I think this story is more credible than that one. And he starts sort of weeding through the different sources to try to give us a story in history with the empirical requirement that it be something like a story that actually happened. So let's do it. Sips away. Lycurgus. Now, he's acknowledging at the beginning that this is a somewhat legendary character. So he's going to make that point. He'll get into Alexander the Great and Caesar and things like that, and it's less myth, but he's going to acknowledge that there's an element of legend to this as he goes, but it's still a character worth reading, a real person as far as he's concerned. And so let's go. So,
just before some
yeah,
little context. So Lycurgus is before Socrates, before way before Alexander as well.
we're talking
Um,
yeah,
yeah,
we're talking ninth century BCE, BC. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, this is the lawmaker for the Spartans. And so you're also going to get to see how groovy Spartan laws were and how weird they were and how interesting it is to do legal theory, to come up with ideas of like, okay, what does the state have a right to make laws about? What is a person in the eyes of a state? Uh, we're going to have those of you who have already read Plato's Republic are going to find this extremely interesting. This is a historical account of the laws of Sparta. There's so much uncertainty in the accounts which historians have left us of Lycurgus, the lawgiver of Sparta, that scarcely anything is asserted by one of them which is not called into question or contradicted by the rest. Their statements are quite different as to the family he came from, the voyages he undertook, the place and manner of his death, but most of all, when they speak of the laws he made and the commonwealth which he founded. They cannot by any means be brought into an agreement as to the very age in which he lived, for some of them say that he flourished in the time of Iphitus, and that they too jointly contrived the ordinances for the cessation of arms during the solemnity of the Olympic Games. Of this opinion was Aristotle, and for confirmation of it, he alleges an inscription upon one of the copper quoits used in those sports, upon which the name of Lycurgus continued uneffaced to his time. But Eratosthenes and Apollodorus and other chronologers, computing the time by the succession of the Spartan kings, pretend to demonstrate that he was much more ancient than the institution of the Olympic Games. Timaeus conjectures that there were two of this name, and in diverse times, but that the one of them being much more famous than the other, men gave to him the glory and the exploits of both. The elder of the two, according to him, was not long after Homer, and some are so particular as to say that he had seen him, but that he was of great antiquity may be gathered from the passage in Xenophon, where he makes him contemporary with the Heraclidae. By descent, indeed, the very last kings of Sparta were Heraclidae too, but he seems in that place to speak of the first and more immediate successors of Hercules. But notwithstanding this confusion and obscurity, we shall endeavor to compose the history of his life, adhering to those statements which are least contradicted and depending upon those authors who are most worthy of credit. Cool. So he's already giving us his method for sorting it out. Let's hear the story. The poet Simonides will have it that Lycurgus was the son of Prytanis and not of Eunomus. But in this opinion, he was singular. He's the only one to say that. So for all the rest, they deduce the lineage, the genealogy of them as both as follows: Astrademus to Patroclus to Zeus to Euripon to, this is not drawn out the way it would be. I have two copies of volume two for some. I couldn't find volume one. So, well, we'll have to just do with this. Eunomus. Then you get Polydectes by his first wife, Lycurgus by Dionysa, his second. Diacetus says he was the sixth from Patroclus and the 11th from Hercules. Be this as it will, Zeus certainly was the most renowned of all his ancestors, under whose conduct the Spartans made slaves of the Helots and added to their dominions by conquest a good part of Arcadia. There goes a story of this King Zeus that being besieged by the Clitorians in a dry and stony place so that he could come at no water, he was at last constrained to agree with them upon these terms, that he would restore to them all his conquests, provided that himself and his men should drink of the nearest spring. After the usual oaths and ratifications, he called his soldiers together and offered to him that would forbear drinking his kingdom for a reward. And when not a man of them was able to forbear, in short, when they had all drunk their fill, at last comes King Zeus himself to the spring, and having sprinkled his face only, without swallowing one drop, marches off in the face of his enemies, refusing to yield up his conquest because himself and his men had not, according to the articles, drunk of their water. Although he was justly had in admiration on this account, yet his family was not surnamed from him, but from his son Euripon, of whom they were called Euripondits. The reason of which was that Euripon relaxed the vigor of the monarchy, seeking favor and popularity with the many. They, after this first step, grew bolder, and the succeeding kings partly incurred hatred with their people by trying to use force, or for popularity's sake and through weakness, gave way. And anarchy and confusion long prevailed in Sparta, causing moreover the death of the father of Lycurgus, for as he was endeavoring to quell a riot, he was stabbed with a butcher's knife and left the title of king to his eldest son, Polydectes. He too, dying soon after. The right of succession, as everyone thought, rested with Lycurgus, and reign he did, until it was found that the queen, his sister-in-law, was with child, upon which he immediately declared that the kingdom belonged to her issue, providing it were male, and that he himself exercised the regal jurisdiction only as his guardian, the Spartan name for which office is Prodicus. Okay, now this is an important point to stop at. We're studying law and we're studying the history of law here. One of the okay, one of the political institutions that exists on earth right now that is a miracle and can be described with no lesser word than that is the Supreme Court of the United States. And this right here illustrates a principle called um, let's call it jurisprudence. One of the things that makes the Supreme Court such a miracle is that most of what gives it authority are restrictions placed upon it, not by the Constitution or by the other branches, but by themselves. Okay. Whenever there's a new Supreme Court justice that's nominated, there's a bunch of, let's call them humans who are in the legislature, senators and congresspersons. I mean, humans is maybe a bit of a stretch, but they like to have these shows where they bring that nominee on, whether it's from the left or the right, and they ask them tough questions like, if a president of your political party were to murder 8 people and stab them through the eye and blah, 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 would you say that they needed to be impeached? And then the person responding says, I will not be answering any hypothetical questions today. And then they get a little sound clip and they go, "Hey, everybody, how can we allow this person to be a justice on the Supreme Court when they can't answer a simple question like they would, blah, blah, blah." And it's all a big, stupid show. And the reason why it's a big, stupid show is that the Supreme Court will not answer, even as nominees. Now, this isn't a rule. It's not like they can't answer. They could, but they choose through prudence not to answer anything that could even create the appearance that they're going to make a decision based on something other than just what the law says before them. Okay. So there's a lot of restrictions. So right here, we see this principle of jurisprudence in Lycurgus. Lycurgus says, I'm supposed to be the king. Everybody says I'm supposed to be the king. I'm supposed to be, oh, it turns out my dead brother's wife is pregnant. Well, actually, he's the king. I don't I don't have to give up being king. He's the one making all these points. He's, "Oh, well, I'm not really the king then. He's the king. I'm going to be his guardian until he becomes king." So he's relinquishing power, and by relinquishing some power, becoming much more powerful, much stronger, because when he speaks, it really matters. So there's a famous case in the United States. Uh, oh God, I hate getting and forgetting names. It's like the most famous case. John, oh, for the love of mercy.
But while you try to remember, this reminds me of other two figures, and
Yeah.
one other from ancient Greece,
John Jay.
uh, Timoleon, who restored democracy to Sicily, and then he could have become a tyrant, but he didn't. He just wanted to restore democratic institutions, relinquished power, and returned to life as a regular citizen, paying his taxes and contributing to democracy, whatever. And the other is from Rome, Cincinnatus, who was called in a time of crisis to be for a short period of time Rome's dictator, and he did rise to the call, and he repelled the foreign invaders. And after the crisis has been over, he could have just clinged to power, but didn't. He relinquished power, and even today, his name was immortalized in your city called Cincinnati.
Yeah, so this is an interesting principle of power. The jurisprudence, the fact that in the judicial branch, it's maybe the driving force. So Marbury v. Madison is the case. It's like the most obvious thing. I just couldn't remember it. But basically, the Supreme Court is saying we're not going to decide on this issue because of this reason. But what it does is it's them putting restrictions on themselves, which mean when they do say something, it actually matters. So we don't have to go into that right now, but we see this principle already with him. And you're right, he's giving up supreme executive power for a legal principle. And so he's going to be a legal mind here, and he's going to maybe rule for hundreds of years by pronouncing laws people follow. So there's really an interesting magical thing happening there, and it's already in the story. Okay, I don't remember where we left off here. Okay, so he decides I'm not really king. He's deciding it. No one else is forcing it on him. Soon after, an overture was made to him by the queen that she would herself in some way destroy the infant upon condition that he would marry her when he came to the crown. Abhorring the woman's wickedness, he nevertheless did not reject her proposal, but making show of closing with her, dispatched the messenger with thanks and expressions of joy, but dissuaded her earnestly from procuring herself to miscarry, which would impair her health, if not endanger her life. He himself, he said, would see to it that the child, as soon as born, would be taken out of the way. Okay, so we've got some wisdom with this guy. This is pretty rough. Um, he obviously is not going to let the child be killed. But you see, again, executive power or legislative power. And Lycurgus, in his DNA, is a lawmaker. Okay, so he just takes this crazy woman. But of course, you've got to understand the tension of a court, the tension of politics and power. This is people kill their brothers, people kill their sisters, people do all sorts of stuff over this sort of thing. Very foolish people who leave the state in ruins. Lycurgus is going to be a very wise person who's going to leave a legacy that lasts centuries. But these are the things you got to take care of. So he convinces her not to miscarry, and obviously he's not going to let the baby die. So by such artifices, having drawn on the woman to the time of her lying in, as soon as he heard that she was in labor, he sent persons to be by and observe all that passed, with orders that if it were a girl, they should deliver it to the woman, but if a boy, should bring it to him wheresoever he were and whatsoever was doing. It fell out that when she was at supper with the principal magistrates, the queen was brought to bed of a boy, who was soon after presented to him as he was at the table. He, thanking him, in taking him into his arms, said to those about him, Men of Sparta, here is a king born unto us. This said, he laid him down in the king's place and named him Charillus, that is, the joy of the people, because that all were transported with joy and with wonder at his noble and just spirit. His reign had lasted only 8 months, but he was honored on other accounts by the citizens, and there were more who obeyed him because of his eminent virtues than because he was regent to the king and had the royal power in his hands. Okay, so he's commanding, he's being a real leader. People want to follow him because he's not forcing anything and he's got virtue. Some, however, envied and sought to impede his growing influence while he was still young, chiefly the kindred and friends of the queen mother, who pretended to have been dealt with injuriously. Her brother Leonidas, in a warm debate which fell out betwixt him and Lycurgus, went so far as to tell him to his face that he was well assured that ere long he should see him king, suggesting suspicions and preparing the way for an accusation of him, as though he had made away with his nephew, if the child should chance to fail, though by a natural death. Words of the like import were designedly cast abroad by Queen Mother and her adherents. Okay, so there's still just a lot of trouble. This poor Lycurgus guy is going to have to make some laws so that there's not upheaval in the court and in the city. Troubled at this and not knowing what it might come to, he thought it his wisest course to avoid their envy by a voluntary exile and to travel from place to place. So here's another trope in the story, right? He's going to go to China, all the way to China. He's going to go to China, he's going to go to Africa, he's going to go to Egypt, he's going to go to India. He's going to go learn as much as he can on a world journey. That's sort of a feature of some of these great um, ancients. Okay, until his nephew came to marriageable years, and by having a son, had secured the succession, setting sail therefore. All right, so basically everybody's like, yeah, Lycurgus seems like a nice guy, but all he has to do is kill this boy, and then he'll be the king, and his son will be the king. So Lycurgus is like, look, I'm just going to get out of here until he's got his own son. And then that that's the next king. And you don't have to worry about me trying to do anything because you're putting out rumors that I'm as nasty as you are, since that's clearly the way you think, as was evident when you came up with the plan in the first place. Maybe because you thought I would be like that to save yourself, but still, I'm not. So there's no cohabiting with any of you people because you're just convinced I'm going to be as good as you are. And so I'm just going to get out of here.
Yeah,
Okay.
look at what this is. Basically, he is rejecting bug people morality, in which anything goes to further your acquisition of superfluous power or political
Immediate.
power,
Yeah.
whatever. Yeah, if someone is in the way, that's a life that it's you just subtract from the police, and you get what you want. And he was clearly an enlightened figure, just as many others that were foundational civilizational figures, without
Yeah.
whom probably we would be in a kind of Mad Max-esque
They were.
existence, and they were.
How Mad
Um,
Max can it be? She's gonna kill her own baby just so that she doesn't have to worry about somebody else killing her. Do you know what I mean?
yeah,
This is Mad Max.
yeah. This is Mad Max, just without Diesel, whatever.
But then you've got the author of the simulation, as you point out, who's enlightened. And notice that you can't live with anybody. Just because you're enlightened doesn't mean you can get along with anybody, because everybody's projecting that you're as nasty and as stupid and as present moment minded as they are. It's why we moved to the woods. It's why why we're doing what we're doing. But anyway, he does that and he leaves and says, "Look, I'm just going to leave until they can give up on these stories because I'm obviously not going to do anything like that." He first arrived in Crete, where, having considered their several forms of government, so he's going to study law, got an acquaintance with the principal men among them. Some of their laws he very much approved of and resolved to make use of them in his own country. A good part he rejected as useless. Among the persons there, the most renowned of their learning and their wisdom in state matters was one Thales. Always on everybody's list, baby. Thales is on everybody's list. whom Lycurgus, by importunities and assurances of friendship, persuaded him to go off over to Lacedaemon, where, though by his outward appearance and his own profession, he seemed to be no other than a lyric poet, in reality, he performed the part of one of the ablest lawgivers in the world. The very songs which he composed were exhortations to obedience and concord, and the very measure and cadence of the verse, conveying impressions of order and tranquility, had so great an influence on the minds of the listeners that they were insensibly softened and civilized. Right, this is the process Roger's talking about. You got Mad Max, and then what does it take in the world to create a civilized people? Well, apparently it takes running away and studying a lot, because these people are going to imagine you're Mad Max too, no matter what. I mean, they're apes and you're in their cage. They're gonna rip your head off if you look at them the wrong way, even if you meant no harm. And so, how do we soothe the savage beast? It turns out music is actually necessary. And we can think about Plato and the idea like, all right, let's have some propagandists, but really sophisticated ones that will just sort of tune the mind towards some sort of a pattern of a larger harmony, since we need their behavior to kind of not be so all for all for themselves and everything. So this is really getting into some archaic, even hints in the story of psychological and evolutionary development of the type of psychology that could be a part of a civilized structure as well.
This is also incredibly archetypal and repeated across geographies, across different cultures. I've seen a neo Confucian guy who had to spend some time among savages, and he was, before going there, kind of like a moral relativist. And then when he went there, it dawned on him that you really need to objectivize morality, give people rules, give them rule sets, and make it beautiful. You know, what are we losing today by having our laws being incredibly boring compared to this time and age that we're reading about, in which the laws were so beautifully written that probably people were amazed, were awed by just listening to them being recited in song, accompanied by musical instruments.
Now that's an interesting thought I've never had before. That's quite interesting, because we are talking about, like, you've got patterns of behavior, you've got ceremony and ritual and music and art and culture. You've got like paintings and architecture and sculpture, and these are artistic expressions that people are seeing when they walk past the fountain, when they go to the marketplace, when they go to their place of worship, and it's sort of shouting at them, this is who you are, this is the proper place for you to be, this is what you have to harmonize with. And then I never thought about the fact that, like, okay, you've got that realm. Then you've got the Homeric realm, which is like, okay, we're writing stories, but we're kind of moralizing maybe, or we're trying to craft the story at least so that we're conscious working on pointing out a truth that we can maybe put into words and argue about. And then you've got the philosophical realm where you're going to argue about what laws to write and that sort of thing. And this story here is, you're right, very archaic. It's like, okay, you didn't just start out with a dude making arguments and saying, well, how should we write the laws? It's actually grounded in something that you maybe can't even understand unless you're already pre-cultured on a musical level. And man, you're making me ache for the idea of having laws that are written like poetry, where you actually want to, you're hurting me, man. I hate the time I live in already, and now you're making me have to work on my time machine some more.
Yeah,
That's a
we're kind of not living exactly in Mad Max, in a Mad Max film, but we are for
great.
sure living in a post-apocalyptic, post-high culture, incredibly, inspiring culture. That's most of it we lost, unfortunately.
Yeah, we're in the dawning transition to the apocalyptic. It's wild. All right. Conveying impressions of order and tranquility had so much of an influence on the minds of the listeners, they were insensibly, and so before even thinking consciously, they were softened and civilized, insomuch as they renounced their private feuds and animosities. Let's get along. Just to even have the notion of let's get along, it actually takes quite a lot of work for these apes. And we're reunited in a common admiration of virtue. Ooh, nice. Now we've got the foundation for writing some laws. You can't just write some laws, right? This, you can't, what was that famous quote they like to have of, I think, Thomas Jefferson or Benjamin Franklin? America's going to work so long as it's a religious and an ethical people. If it's not a moral people, you can write all the laws you want. It's not going to work.
A
So,
culture needs a center. A culture needs definitely needs a center, something that's common ground, accepted by everyone. The Hebrews had Yahweh,
yeah,
and everything centered around the temple. And
all of it. Their whole
these guys,
calendar.
yeah, these guys had the admiration of virtue, so they are up to a good start. That isn't even something that can be destroyed, like the Hebrew temple was twice.
Yeah, yeah, not so easily. So wow, this is more profound than I remember the last time I read it. Let's keep going. This is amazing. So that it may truly be said that Thales prepared the way for the discipline introduced by Lycurgus. That's exactly what Roger and I have both been pointing out here. In this story, in the text, is the fact that before you can just be writing laws, you need to have a cultural development that's pre-linguistic. That's just making people want to be harmonized in the first place. That's that's more profound than anything I've ever picked up on this reading it in previous times. This is great. From Crete, he sailed to Asia with design, as is said, to examine the difference betwixt the manners and rules of life of the Cretans, which were very sober and temperate, and those of Ionians, a people of sumptuous and delicate habits, and so to form a judgment. All right. So he's doing the legal work, right? He's going to do philosophy or legal philosophy. He's going to say, like, I'm not just observing stuff. I'm not just feeling it out. I'm going to decide what makes this good, what makes this better, what makes this bad. Let's see if we can then know the principles we need to write laws that would work.
And
Just as
another
please,
thing.
please.
It's really, really important for context for people that are listening to the word Asia. Basically, to these guys, Asia meant what to us is Turkey, Asia Minor, basically.
Yeah, it's like
So the Ionia, Lydia, all these kingdoms there in this really neat landmass to the east of the Aegean Sea.
yeah, I'm going to try to pull up a map that we can add here. If you want to pull up things like that, we'll add it to the screen as well. Um, just to show people.
I will get it.
All right, I'm gonna keep this. All right, that's pretty cool. Yeah, so that's Asia. It's like reading a London newspaper when they say Asians. It's like, okay. Just as physicians do by comparing healthy and diseased bodies. Okay, it'd be the doctor of the state instead of the individual body. Fantastic way of describing what legal thinking is like. Here he had the first sight of Homer's works in the hands, we may suppose, of the posterity of Creophilus, and having observed that the few loose expressions and actions of ill example which are to be found in his poems were very much outweighed by serious lessons of state and rules of morality, he set himself eagerly to transcribe and digest them into order, as thinking they would be of good use in his own country. Okay, another appreciation for that type of middle ground art as well. So not just the basic art that then this other thing, stepping right into philosophy. They had indeed already obtained some slight repute among the Greeks, and scattered portions, as chance conveyed them, were in the hands of individuals. But Lycurgus first made them really known. Okay, cool. He has an appreciation for art. He wants the people to be well read. So do we. We want ourselves to be well read. Let's do it. The Egyptians say that he took a voyage into Egypt, and that being much taken with their way of separating the soldiery from the rest of the nation, he transferred it from them to Sparta, a removal from contact with those employed in low and mechanical operations, giving high refinement and beauty to the state. I told you, think about Plato's Republic, but this is the real version, right? I mean, I think there was a story that Socrates, oh no, it was Plato. Plato was offered the opportunity to write laws. I think there were a few philosophers who were offered this opportunity in city states in Greece. Say, wow, you're very wise. People like your arguments and stuff. That's kind of exciting. Why don't you come and write laws? Oh, here we go. It's right in front of me. I'll add that to the screen. Remove that and add that. There we go. Okay. Can we zoom in? I can't hear you. You're on mute.
Oh, sorry. So this is a geopolitical map just shortly before the time of Lycurgus, and Sparta would be here
Yep.
in this region here with these three prongs here. So it doesn't even register here because Sparta wasn't founded yet, but here are all the political entities
All the way to
of Asia. So this is
yeah.
what they mean by Asia. Ionia would be here, Miletus, Ephesus. So these really wealthy and highly cultured cities, as he mentions, they were at the top of their economic game because they were trade hubs. They traded with everyone here and everyone from Egypt as well, even the Levant. So these guys, and also Greece as well. So these people here were really, really wealthy, and they had good navigation systems to have nice trade routes, etc. And that's where people like Thales, Pythagoras, Hippocrates, and many other enormously great thinkers we typically call the pre-Socratics were created, and in part this was the culture, as it seems. I didn't even know this, that inspired Lycurgus.
Yeah. Yeah. Awesome. And it's that same story. So now we know where Asia is. Asia's Turkey. That's pretty cool. And yeah, so he's going to go around the whole world, around the middle land of the Mediterranean. Okay, cool. And get a lot of wisdom and get a lot of ideas. And like you said, like a lot of the great heroes did. Now, I can't remember who this was about, so I'm just going to say it was about Plato. He was offered the opportunity to write laws for a city state. Hey, we're going to have some laws. We want you. You come write our laws. And his answer was, if you make me dictator and you have to obey all my laws and I don't have to convince anybody else that these are the right laws, I'll do it. And they said no. And he said, good, I'm not interested. I'm going to go do something else with my time because we're not playing politics games forever. This is for chumps. So, in any event, what's awesome about Plato's Republic, and you think, I wonder what a state would be like that, pay attention to Lycurgus because he took the job and he got it done. And we're going to see quite cleverly how he got it done because they didn't want to obey his laws at first. Okay. The Egyptians say they took a voyage into Egypt. He learned about separating the soldiery from the rest of the society, also in Plato's Republic, actually, how they did it in Sparta. And so he borrowed that idea. Some Greek writers also record this. But as for his voyages into Spain, Africa, and the Indies, and his conferences there with the gymnosophists, the whole relation, as far as I can tell, rests on the single credit of the Spartan Aristocrates, the son of Hipparchus. Okay, so this guy said he did all that too, but he's the only one who said it. Okay,
Yeah, it's probably kind of far-fetched and probably not factual.
sure. Yeah, that's what he says. So he's being a historian. He's not just like glorifying it and taking the coolest sounding story. He's saying, well, a lot of people said he did this, and this other guy said he did a bunch of other stuff, but come on. I mean, he's got an interest in talking up how their laws were made and come on, he's the only one.
Yeah,
Okay.
and also worth mentioning, the gymnosophists are literally mean in Greek the naked sages, which were the typical sannyasa presentation in ancient India of these renunciates who are kind of like forest hermits that were wise, but at the same time they literally practiced an ascetic lifestyle.
Were they working out, or was it just the fact that they were naked?
They were working out, but not exactly strength training. They were practicing yoga lifestyle, not just Ayurveda. They were eating very specific sattvic foods that they kind of keep the balance. They don't either make people aggressive, neither despondent. So very balanced kind of foods, and practicing a lot of fasting and practicing the physical kind of activity of yoga
Mind
as well.
body synergy, whole
Yeah,
wellness
yeah,
for the
the whole
awesome.
thing. Yeah,
Yeah.
these guys were like hardcore sages.
Got it. Got it. That's a good way to put it. I got to get the mind right, so I got to get the body right at the same. Very groovy. Okay, cool. What could be more fun? Let's keep going. Lycurgus was much missed at Sparta. Oh, and often sent for kings indeed we have, they said, who wear the marks and assume the titles of royalty. But as for the qualities of their minds, they have nothing by which they are to be distinguished from their subjects, adding that in him alone was the true foundation of sovereignty to be seen, a nature made to rule and a genius to gain obedience. Or were the kings themselves averse to see him back, for they looked upon his presence as a bulwark against the insolence of the people. All right. So, like, they're recognizing Lycurgus understands this state thing. He understands the nature of it all. We don't, but we wish that we were better organized and that we were better ordered. So, come on, buddy, come back. Okay. Things being in this posture at his return, he applied himself without loss of time to a thorough reformation and resolved to change the whole face of the Commonwealth. For what could a few particular laws and a partial alteration avail? He must act as wise physicians do in the case of one who labors under a complication of diseases, by force of medicines reduce and exhaust him, change his whole temperament, and then set him upon a totally new regime of diet. Having thus projected things away, he goes to Delphi to consult Apollo there, which having done and offered his sacrifice, he returned with that renowned oracle, in which he is called beloved of God, and rather God than man, that his prayers were heard, that his laws should be the best, and the commonwealth which observed them the most famous in the world. Encouraged by these things, of course, we all know, but let's just say it anyway. The oracle at Delphi, Apollo's temple. This is where the oracle says Socrates is the wisest man in Athens. This is this this is where a lot of things are going on, and we've already talked about the stories of Apollo and all that. But yeah, so that's a part of his story too. Consulting
Apollo is also a quintessentially civilizing god. Basically,
100%.
his origin story is basically killing chaos, animated as Python, as a huge scaly beast, likened like a dragon or a huge snake, and on the corpse of the site of the corpse where the corpse lay of this animal was where his temple was constructed. He is a god obsessed with order, the harmony of music, and so he is basically a lot like what Lycurgus brought with Thales to Sparta in many ways. And I even like to kind of jokingly liken Apollo with Yahweh, because they have so many things in common. They like laws, both they like building a temple dictated with extreme rigor and circumstance after finishing an epoch of turmoil, and they basically are forces of civilization. And funny thing is, Apollo and Artemis are kind of like a new layer above the original Indo-European gods, like the storm god Zeus and the war god Ares, which were the kind of Indo-European gods. And Apollo and Artemis are from the east, so they came from these new kingdoms that were hugely related to the Hellenes, like Lydia and the other nations from Asia. And so, yeah, this is really interesting. The kind of the movements, the influencing movements of mythology, are kind of having a
Yeah.
pattern here with the politics as well.
And the genealogy of the gods. So Apollo and his sister, they're third generation deities, right? So it's like things are coming later. And when I gave the lecture on Apollo and Daphne, which shows the limits of civilizational political solutions, right? Which Lycurgus is going to understand. Apollo in every painting for thousands of years, every sculpture, whenever he's in his chariot, he's pulling back on the reins. He's never using them like a whip, like Mars might do. He's always restraining himself, because constitutional republics, limits on the monarchy, things like that are what's necessary for this thing not to run amok. And mythologically, the reason for that is that the first people who ever build cities in mythologies are fratricidal people. The reason why you have laws is because people are murderous against their brothers out of envy, and this is bad. So you need something in opposition to human nature. But if you take something in opposition to human nature and it runs wild, you get deaths of hundreds of millions of people. They've predicted it in the stories. But so Apollo has his limits, but when we gave that story, I said he's the god of what you just said, symphonic non-lyrical music, music by the numbers, right? Pan is an older deity. He's out there playing the bluegrass in the woods, dancing naked and having a good time. But Apollo is the god of, okay, by the time you're 7, you better be practicing 8 hours a day if you really want to be the second string violinist in the thing, because that's how much discipline it takes to be a part of something this great, right? So he's the god of the Supreme Court. He's the god of highly sophisticated, complicated civilizational structures, and he is a latecomer. There's already civilization under Zeus, under Apollo under Zeus, but also under Pan under Zeus. There's civilization with big families and farm life and stuff like that. But this is an advance. Now, of course, Cupid flies higher than he does because he's got the wings. And so there's principles beyond Apollo, and he has to learn his place, but we won't get into all that now. The point is, it's pretty amazing the miracles that can be brought about by the Apollonian. And just like with Socrates and philosophy, which is also about approaching chaotic unknowns and breaking things down and playing a tough game, figuring out the rules, creating order out of chaos, so is lawmaking, which is a branch of philosophy anyway. And so it's a proper deity. Okay. Encouraged by these things, he set himself to bring over to his side the leading men of Sparta, exhorting them to give him a helping hand in his great undertaking. He broke at first his particular friends, and then by degrees gained others, and animated them all to put his designs in execution. When things were ripe for action, he gave orders to 30 of the principal men of Sparta to be ready armed at the marketplace by break of day, to the end that he might strike a terror in the opposition party. Okay, he understands that force is necessary here too. Hermippus hath set down the names of 20 of the most eminent of them, but the name of him whom Lycurgus most confided in, and who was the most use to him, both in making his laws and putting them into execution, was Arthmiadus. Things growing to a tumult, King Carillus, apprehending that it was a conspiracy against his person, took sanctuary in the temple of Minerva of the Brazen House. But being soon after undeceived, and having taken an oath of them that they had no designs against him, he quitted his refuge, and himself also entered into the confederacy with them. Of so gentle and flexible a disposition he was. To which Archelaus, his brother king, alluded when, hearing him extolled for his goodness, he said, "Who can say he is anything but good? He is so even to the bad." Okay.
Yeah,
Amongst the
this
many
this
changes,
is this is a hallmark of a wise man that is also often mentioned in many cultures. So people ask the wise man how to treat good people, and he says, "Well." And how to treat bad people? He says also well, and we see this in Jesus, in Confucius, and here as well, which
Socrates.
is Socrates as well. Yeah.
Socrates says, "Do people become better or worse when you punish them? Do they become better or worse when you do bad to them? They become worse. Well, how can your virtue make people worse? So that's not the right thing to do." Absolutely. Yeah, yeah. Good point. Lycurgus is so we can pause here and say, we said we were going to look at a story, right? This is history, but it's not chronology. We're getting a story, and the character of Lycurgus is starting to shine out here. He's he understands the physical, violent political reality. He wants to make things better. He relies upon Thales and people wiser than him as a foundation of cultural development before he even starts. He goes and studies his butt off for a long time so that he's not just coming up with ideas and then they don't work. He's very diligent. He's never trying to make an enemy so he can show how he's stronger and more powerful. He's trying to bring people in. He's genuinely trying to harmonize. He doesn't want to be, I wrote the laws. He wants to be, hey, look at this. It's all working better, right? He's got a vision for things to work better. And so that comes out in 1,000 little ways when he's making his decisions. And he can even bring his enemies in, but he knows that it's dangerous. So he's saying, well, let me talk to a few people. Let me get you involved. Hey, maybe you want to be a part of this. Wouldn't this be great? And he's able to impart a vision to them, which is very difficult. And as they start coming together, he says, okay, we've got a certain number. Let's make a show of force. And then let's immediately take the people who think we're their enemies and say, no, 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 you should be a part of this too. We want you to be the king of this thing. We want to work together. And it's like, well, I can't go against you because you've got the force, but that's a reality. That's part of the reality. But instead of just saying I slew all the enemies and I'm so great, he's like, no, he's a lawmaker. He's not a general. We'll read about generals later. They're also needed.
I'm just listening to this story and thinking to myself, the bards of today, like Hollywood, with all their sequels and prequels and endless prequels and reboots, remakes, whatever. And yeah, here is a story that would be so epic if someone would adapt it really nicely.
Somebody send this link to Mel Gibson.
Yeah, exactly. We should create a kind of like a log, a backlog, with wish list for people like Mel Gibson and David Eggers. These people who are really almost at artistically levels of obsession to recreate the past, second only to actual time travel. For these people to, actually adapt these stories that are so epic, so mind-bogglingly inspiring, but never saw the light of day in these current day bard, so to speak,
We're probably
adaptations.
gonna need it. Yeah, you're right. We're probably I feel like I'm watching a movie reading the story, but you're right. We probably need what Lycurgus understood, which was get your Thales in here and get everybody on the same mythological focus so that they can start beating to the drum, start vibrating to the tune. It's a good idea. Any movie makers out there, Lycurgus, I think it makes a good movie. Let's see how it goes. I think you're gonna find it would make a great movie. Amongst the many changes and alterations which Lycurgus made, the first and of greatest importance was the establishment of the Senate, which, having a power equal to the king's in matters, we have separation of powers here. There's this funny quote where a president, it might have been FDR, whatever, some president, let's say it was Teddy Roosevelt because I like that better, said there was a group of very intellectually powerful people meeting at the White House for dinner, and he looked at them and he said, "Never has there been so much intellectual power at this table as when Thomas Jefferson was dining alone." And these like, if you look at Thomas Jefferson's diary, it's, "I'm gonna read Plutarch from 7 to 8 in the morning. I'm gonna read this." And he's just reading ancient philosophy, and he's, like, doing exactly what Lycurgus is doing and saying, "Oh, look at this. They separated the executive from the legislative, and we've got separations of powers." They would talk about this stuff as if it was the water they were swimming in because it was.
That the Romans also did famously as well.
Yeah. Yeah, it's very recursive. We're trying to get wisdom. We're getting wisdom from the past by studying people who got wisdom from the past, taught us how to get wisdom from the past. This is very recursive. Absolutely. It's pretty awesome. All right, which having a power equal to the king's in matters. Okay, of great consequence. Oh, so if it's a really important thing, the people get a say through the Senate. And as Plato expresses it, allaying and qualifying the fiery genius of the royal office. There's a check and a balance here, buddy. Gave steadiness and safety to the commonwealth. For the state, which before had no firm basis to stand upon, but leaned one while towards an absolute monarchy, when the kings had the upper hand, and another towards a pure democracy, which we know from Socrates, a mess, when the people had the better. How are we going to balance this out? We're going to have a Senate. It's going to have equal power to the king in important matters, but not in everyday matters. Cool. Nice start, Lycurgus. Found in this establishment of the Senate a central weight like ballast in a ship, which always kept things in a just equilibrium. What a poetic way of putting that. Thank you, Plutarch. The 28 ways adhering to the king so far as to resist democracy. And on the other hand, I'm sorry, the 28 always adhering to the king so far as to resist democracy. And on the other hand, supporting the people against the establishment of absolute monarchy. As for the determinate number of 28, Aristotle states that it so fell out because two of the original associates, for want of courage, fell off from the enterprise. So it's supposed to be a nice round number like 30, but it became 28. But Sphärus assures us that there were but 28 of the Confederates at first. Perhaps there was some mystery in the number, which consists of 7 multiplied by 4 and is the first of perfect numbers after 6, being as that is equal to all its parts. So if you want to know what a perfect number is, should we do a quick detour on this? Because often in these ancient writings, they'll say things like, oh, it's the third perfect number after 29. It's like, what are you talking about? So we could look that up if anybody wants to. Maybe everybody already knows what this is talking about. But 28 is
Four
a
dozens, 4 dozens, man. 4 dozens
four
is
dozens.
incredible because dozen is a number that is special in it being divisible by many numbers, by many smaller numbers, by four, by three, by two,
Okay,
by six. So it's a great number to compute fractions.
that's
So
true.
they have four dozens, and if a quarter of people vote in one way and three quarters in another way, it's really fast to have these numbers right
That's
at
true.
hand. Yeah,
Now I'm
it's
going to just very rapidly show what a perfect number is here. So he says it's the second perfect number after 6. So 6 is a perfect number. So what are the numbers that add up to multiply to 6? Well, 2 and 3 and 1. See if I can get this right. So the multipliers of 6 are 1, 2, and 3 and 6. And then we have 28, and the multipliers of that are 14, 2, 7, 4. Is that it? Yeah.
yeah, I think so.
Okay. So if you add up these numbers, which are the multipliers of the number, and you don't include the number itself when you're doing that, you also get 28. And that's only true of 28 and 6 and numbers that are larger than 28, which makes 28 first one. So if you add up 1, 2, and 3, you also get 6, but those are the multipliers of 6, excluding 6. And if you add up 7, 14, 4, 2, and 1, you get 28, which is also, those are the multipliers excluding 28 of 28. So that's a concept of perfect numbers, and it mattered to the Greeks sometimes, the Romans, whatever. So anyway, that's what he means when he says the first of perfect numbers after 6 being as that is equal to all its parts. That's all that means. And you're right. Obviously, it's a very great number, but you might wonder sometimes, like, what the heck do you mean that's the second perfect number? Whatever. That's where they got that from. All right. For my part, I believe Lycurgus fixed upon the number of 28 that the two kings being reckoned amongst them, they might fill the 30 in all. So eagerly set was he upon this establishment that he took the trouble to obtain an oracle about it from Delphi, the Retra, which runs thus: After that, you have built a temple to Jupiter, Helianius, and to Minerva, Helania. And after that, you have filled the people into files and obeyed them into obes. You shall establish a council of 30 elders, the leaders included, and shall from time to time apolazine the people betwixt Babica and Cnasion, there propound and put to the vote. Okay, so this was an oracle saying woo 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 mystical things. And what Plutarch is saying is the way Lycurgus's legal mind works is he reads the letter of this, which says, including the elders, right? You'll have 30 elders, the leaders included. So that means what I really need to do is have 28 because there's two kings ruling.
It's also worthwhile to say here that we are getting the Roman names here, except for Apollo, which is the same in Greece and in Rome. So Jupiter is the same as is equated to Zeus, and they even say Jupiter Helianus. So the Hellenic Jupiter, which is
Yeah,
Zeus, and
I
the
noticed
Hellenic
that.
Minerva, which is Athena.
And it's where we get helium, right? Isn't it? No, it's Jupiter. It's not Apollo. He's the sun god, right? Anyway, my bad. So it's the Hellenic Jupiter is what they're saying because they're Romans talking about. I gotcha. So instead of saying Zeus, they say the Hellenic Jupiter.
Yeah.
That's awesome. I would have
because
missed that.
because because this text is probably
Sure.
a Romanized version,
Yeah,
but
well,
yeah,
I think it came in the 70 AD or something. Yeah, 75 AD. Yeah.
yeah,
So
the Romans were completely uh,
I didn't notice that.
dominating everything. So maybe for political correctness, just
Sure,
to
sure.
fit in, Plutarch
Greek
in Rome.
Jupiter.
and be a Roman.
That's interesting. So if anybody wants to debate whether or not Jupiter and Zeus were conceptualized even back then as being the two different versions of the same thing, he's literally referencing Jupiter as the Hellenic, or he's referencing Zeus as the Hellenic Jupiter.
Yeah, they probably were, because they were kind of like the mythological descendants of the same Deus Pater
100%.
of the Indo-Europeans.
100%. Oh, the Indo. All right. Okay. By Philes and Obes are meant the divisions of the people. By the leaders, the two kings, Apollazeian, referring to the Pythian Apollo, signifies to assemble. Babica and Canassian are they now call onus. Aristotle says Canassian is a river and Babica a bridge. Betwixt this, Babica and Canassian, their assemblies were held. Okay, so that's where they got together, right? There's like a hill between some rivers. Everybody get together. We're going to vote on something. For they had no council house or building to meet in. Lycurgus was of opinion that ornaments were so far from advantaging them in their councils that they were rather a hindrance. Okay, so this is the first start of what we're going to see here now. Well, it's the next development of the same thing. This Spartan thing and Plato's Republic are going to be pretty similar. Lycurgus was of the opinion that having a whole bunch of ornaments and statues and big buildings and fancy whatever is actually a hindrance. It doesn't make things better. That's a minority view amongst civilizations, but Sparta is a minority view, and it's also a state that lasted with an unbroken tradition for a very long time. And so let's pay attention to what makes it's going to be very unique, these laws. By diverting their attention from the business before them to statues and pictures, the roofs curiously fretted the usual establishments of such places amongst the other Greeks. Now, for those of you also who've been reading Plato and the Republic and looking at the life of Socrates, when you realize that Socrates in the Republic was basically describing the political structure of Sparta, which was the number one enemy of Athens, and then there's political upheaval in Sparta, and some of his students are a part of taking over and ruining the democracy, you start to get a lot of political like now, Socrates didn't do that. Socrates was willing to risk death to defy the tyrants when they were doing unjust things when they came into power. But everybody in Athens was like, "That troublemaker's been talking about how good the laws in Sparta are. I think maybe he's part of the problem." So it adds to our understanding of all that as well. Okay. The people then being thus assembled in the open air, it was not allowed to any one of their order to give his advice, but only either to ratify or reject what should be propounded to them by the king or senate. Okay, so everybody gets together to vote. The people themselves are a part of a democracy here. They're not just electing a senate, but the senate and the kings, the 30 together, they get to say, we think we should do our agriculture this way. We think we should go to war with this city state, and then the people can say yay or nay to it. But because it fell out afterwards that the people, by adding or omitting words, distorted and perverted the sense of propositions, kings Polydorus and Theopompus inserted into the Retra or Grand Covenant the following clause. So this is an amendment to their constitution later, which obviously you might have even been able to foresee that the people aren't going to really understand exactly what's meant. If you've got some crafty statecraft people and they're writing out a proposition and you can like really tweak the language to get what you want, which is the opposite of what the people want, they're going to interpret it the way they interpret it and then be upset. So this had to be added to the constitution later. So again, we're not just reading a story where Lycurgus does everything right. There's a legal thing that has to happen, maybe because things got more corrupt later. But in any event, quote, that if the people decide crookedly, there you go, it should be lawful for the elders and leaders to dissolve, that is to say, refuse ratification and dismiss the people as depravers and perverters of their counsel. It passed among the people by their management as being equally authentic with the rest of the Retra, as appears by these verses of Tertius, quote, these oracles they from Apollo heard, and brought from Pytho home the perfect word. The heaven appointed kings who love the land shall foremost in the nation's council stand. The elders next to them, the commons last. Let a straight retra among all be passed. Although Lycurgus had, in this manner, used all the qualifications possible in the constitution of his commonwealth, yet those who succeeded him found the oligarchical element still too strong and dominant, and to check its high temper and its violence, put, as Plato says, a bit in its mouth, right? To check it, which was the power of the ephori, established an 130 years after the death of Lycurgus. Elatus and his colleagues were the first who had this dignity conferred upon them in the reign of King Theopompus, who, when his queen upbraided him one day that he would leave the regal power to his children less than he had received it from his ancestors, said in answer, "No, greater, for it will last longer." For indeed, their prerogative being thus reduced within reasonable bounds, the Spartan kings were at once freed from all further jealousies and consequent danger, and never experienced the calamities of their neighbors at Messene and Argos, who, by maintaining their prerogative too strongly for want of yielding a little to the populace, lost it all. All right. There's a lot of wisdom in the history. We're talking about over centuries now, just in the beginning of this all. But Lycurgus has a lot of wisdom, and there's a few developments, and that's quite a good story. Go ahead.
I also want to mention that a little bit back here, there, where you were reading, where the text was warning about the problems of excessive ornamentation that is very common in many Senate houses and government buildings, whatever, assemblies and whatever. That all this opulence and visual kind of supernormal stimuli, it is not conducive with sober decision making. People, even if not consciously, even just subconsciously, their egos will be inflated. They will think more about their own selfish interests instead of the interests of the polis. And progressively, it will probably erode the polis's soul, the state's soul. And so, probably from this kind of decision making, of doing the assembly in a place that is modest and without ornamentation, maybe this is where our expression of calling things Spartan or laconic, as being things that are kind of just the basics, the essentials, without many decorations. Probably this is where this expression we still use today came from.
It's an interesting point you make, because I wouldn't have thought that at first, but I think you're probably right on this. And it's ironic, the laurel branches around the edicts and the crowns and the spears, all of that ornament is pointing to stories that tell you the exact opposite. That what you're supposed to do is remember that this is in service to something else and that you're not so high and mighty. But you're right, the iconography, if you're not paying attention to it, if you don't know the stories, it just becomes, look how important I am. I've got all this ornamentation. So that's quite interesting. It's hard to be as profoundly wise as somebody like Lycurgus. And perhaps you can see more clearly that this would be a better way of doing things. Um, but it's rare. It's rare to have this type of insight. Lycurgus is saying these are people, and we've got to make sure that they are living in a way that thrives and that is harmonious. Let's simplify this a bit. It's not the normal way for things to go, but the Spartans were very exceptional. So, is this the next paragraph? I don't remember. Although Lycurgus had in this manner the qualifications, possibility of commonwealth, and
You read the verses, and I believe you read that paragraph.
read the story about the woman saying, "Hey, you let the new people have the Elatus exist, and now we don't have as much power as before." He goes, "No, it's greater power because it'll last forever and it won't be toppled. Indeed, whosoever shall look at the sedition and misgovernment which befell these bordering nations, to whom they were as near related in blood as situation, will find in them the best reason to admire the wisdom and foresight of Lycurgus. For these three states, in their first rise, were equal, or if there were any odds, they lay on the side of the Messenians and Argives, who in the first allotment were thought to have been luckier than the Spartans. Yet was their happiness of but small continuance, partly the tyrannical temper of their kings, and partly the ungovernableness of the people, quickly, bringing upon them such disorders and so complete an overthrow of all existing institutions as clearly to show how truly divine a blessing the Spartans had had in that wise lawgiver who gave their government its happy balance and temper. But of this I shall say more in its due place.
This is incredible because he is basically psychoanalyzing entire political bodies. So he's saying that okay, these guys they as a collective they were psychos basically, because the political body was a tyranny, and the tyrants and the people acted in ways that the entire thing was out of whack, and had no stability, and it was just a matter of time until it reaches a critical moment in which things just collapse.
And it's two sides of the same coin, the tyrannical temper of the kings and the ungovernableness of the people.
Yeah,
And this wisdom that you're pointing out here is that Plutarch is doing all levels of analysis at the same time. And these ancients understood this. Look, if you sit around thinking who you're going to vote for and you say, there's a bunch of loser, jerk, bad people at the top, but we're all good. No, you're not. You've got the leaders you deserve. That's who you have. You have the leaders who are a reflection of exactly how ungovernable you are, how little you govern yourself, how much you try to cheat and get away with things, which makes you feel a little happy and pleasure when you see other people who are also getting away with things because you think it might not be so bad. You got the leaders you deserve. And what's good about that is that you can change your life and then the state can change as a result. That these things all flow in the same direction. The same story plays itself out on a large scale and on all the tiny scales. And they understood this. I see that you're changing things there. So if you want to add something to stage, let me know. Okay. After the creation of the 30 senators, his next task, and indeed the most hazardous he ever undertook, was the making of new division of their lands. Okay, he's going to redistribute all the property. Okay, listen, I'm going to give a little gift to my leftist lunatic friends. I dislike my leftist lunatic friends, but I'm going to give you a gift. Online, all the time, you will hear people say, when has socialism ever worked? When has communism ever worked? And none of you ever have the right answer, which is this: it worked for centuries. It worked for centuries in Sparta. It's the exception that proves the rule, but you should probably respond with this instead of saying nothing, because if you were taking your ideas seriously, you would know why it worked here and nowhere else, and what you would have to give up and what you'd have to commit to make it work if you want to make it work now. But okay, I don't like giving gifts to the left, but let's give them where they exist. You're about to read a historical, accurate record of centuries long institutions of politics that were very stable compared to all the collapsing ones around them, and where people for hundreds of years fought and died for the Spartan way of life. But you're going to have to know what that way of life is, because you don't just get that by having a new politician declare that they're going to steal money from other people and give it to you. You've got to also be willing to be a part of this. So let's see how it works. It does work. It worked once. Let's see how well it works. After the creation of the 30 senators, his next task, indeed the hardest and most hazardous he ever undertook, was the making of new divisions of their lands. For there was an extreme inequality amongst them. I know you hate inequality. And their state was overloaded with a multitude of indigent and necessitous persons. What are we going to do with all the poor, hungry people? Well, its whole wealth had centered upon a very few. I don't like it. It's not fair. We got to fix it. Well, this is how you can do it if you want to be a real commie. To that end, to the end, therefore, they might expel from the state arrogance and envy. Okay, you're going to have both of those gotten rid of. All right, you don't get to say it's all the vices on this side. The vice is on both sides. The dance requires two partners. We want to get rid of all the vice on both sides. Luxury and crime. Okay, defund the police is not the solution. Saying, "Oh, let's get rid of the luxury because we can all steal stuff," isn't going to work. You got to get rid of both the vices. And those yet more inveterate diseases of want and superfluity, he obtained of them to renounce their properties. Now, he convinced them to do it. Lycurgus said, "Hey, fellas, I got a story to tell. This is the vision of the future, and it's going to be awesome. You want to be a part of it? Just give up all your property and we'll reallot everything. It's going to be great." And then they agreed to it. So, but let's see what happens. and to consent to a new division of the land, and that they should live all together on an equal footing, merit to be their only road to eminence. Okay? There's still differences amongst men, but it has to do with their behavior and their honor and their virtue that distinguish them, and they don't get gold for it. They don't
I
get paid
just
for it.
I just think that it's so amusing that the Russian version of this is is completely just abusing the farmland owners.
Well, this is the
Just
problem with
just
Apollo's son,
yeah,
Phaeton. When
yeah,
Phaeton uses the reins like a whip, what you have
yeah,
on the right and the left, the Nazism and the communism, when you have a final solution in politics, look, you're just going to kill everybody.
yeah.
That's what's going to happen, and they predicted it in that mythopoetic story a long time ago, and they got it right. But Lycurgus, if you're wise enough that you can tell a good enough story and convince people to say, "No, I see it. This would be amazing. Let's do this," you could have a land where people's merit is what makes them more valuable. They don't have extra gold as a result because they don't want it because nobody has extra gold is like ugly. I don't want that stuff. I want to be respected when I talk, and so I've got to be careful in how I talk and discipline myself and have virtue. So he says, that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to create a city like that, and everybody will own the same amount of property. Well, let's see. And the
But
disgrace. Oh,
oh, sorry. But unfortunately, the intellectual milieu of what we call socialism today and leftism and whatever, instead of focusing on virtue as Lycurgus did and successfully implemented, literally what you say is surprisingly the only instance in history where socialism not only was successful but was stable through centuries. They had to take into account that you can't just pretend everyone's character is the same or doesn't matter. Unlike the 20th century history of post-Marxist attempts at implementing communism.
well, so let's give the devil his due. What Lycurgus is noticing is that because you've got all this wealth, people don't have to have good character because if they've got money, you just assume they've got good character and you listen to them because you want their money. And on the other side, you have envious, hungry, criminals who are saying, I want socialism because I want their stuff. They don't deserve it. It's like, well, there's a germ of truth to that. But do you deserve it? Because there's not a lot of truth to that either. We have to get rid of the envy and the crime and the arrogance and the want and the luxury and the superfluity altogether. Okay. So if you're just the hungry mob saying, "Give me all the money," why? You're a nasty, horrible person who can't get along with your roommates, and as Peterson would say, "Clean your room." Like, you're nasty and horrible to everybody, you shouldn't be in charge of everything, but the more unruly you are, the more tyrannical the laws have to be. There's an old saying the founding fathers used to say, "Govern yourself or someone else will." That's the reality. And if you're not governing yourself and disciplining yourself and doing the work of having merit and character, even if it's not being rewarded in your society, you're not going to be the sorts of people who actually could have a political reform that is the type that you want, where that you say you want, where you want things to be more equal and based on actually deserving things. So if you want that, start with yourself and see if you can't convince others to live meritoriously and see if you can't convince. But we're going to see Lycurgus. Maybe you need to pray for a Lycurgus because he seems to have magical powers to convince people to catch this vision. But even if he was here now, he wouldn't be able to work with you. So you got to be ready. And then maybe he's there just waiting. Maybe there's your Lycurgus out there right now, but he can't talk to anybody because you are so nasty and envious and you just want things for yourself, just like the people who have things. I mean, they're just as dumb because they know they don't have to work on their character because they've got money, so people already flatter them and then they're fine with it. And that's all true, but you don't fix it by being just as bad. All right, so let's see what he does to pull this miracle off. We want a society based on merit to be their only road to eminence, and the disgrace of evil and credit of worthy acts, their one measure of difference between man and man. That's it. Wow. Okay. What's weird is this is not literature. This happened. We might pay attention to this because this happened. Upon their consent to these proposals, proceeding at once to put them into execution, he divided the country of Laconia in general into 30,000 equal shares. Everybody gets 30 acres and a mule. All right, 30,000 equal shares. And the part attached to the city of Sparta in 9,000. These he distributed among the Spartans, as he did the others to the country's citizens. Some authors say that he made but 6,000 lots for the citizens of Sparta, and that King Polydorus added 3,000 more. Others say that Polydorus doubled the number Lycurgus had made, which according to them was but 4,500. A lot. Okay, so whatever. Somehow he got to the point where he's like, look, everybody gets the same house, everybody gets the same amount of land. You're born here, you get a slave and some land and a donkey, and that's what you have till you die. Now let's get to work making things awesome, because you're not going to worry about having a slightly better plate than your neighbor because you all got the same bowls. A lot was so much as to yield, one year after another, about 70 bushels of grain for the master of the family and 12 for his wife, with a sustainable portion of oil and wine. Okay. Everybody's got enough land that they can eat on their own. They don't need to barter and trade and borrow and whatever. They've got enough to sustain themselves as individuals. And that's before the state owns anything, right? Maybe the state isn't going to own anything. Maybe the people are the state and that's how they own everything. But in any event, the wisdom of this structure is you've got enough to take care of you. Perhaps, perhaps that might be an option in the near future with some new technology that's coming out, but let's see. And this he thought sufficient to keep their bodies in good health and strength. Superfluities they were better without. Okay, no finery. You remember Plato's Republic describes all of this exactly this way. Nobody gets to have an extra special spear or an extra special golden plate. Everybody's got the same shit. It is reported that, as he returned from a journey shortly after the division of the lands in harvest time, the ground being newly reaped, seeing the stacks all standing equal and alike, he smiled and said to those about him, methinks all Laconia looks like one family estate just divided among a number of brothers.
Wow.
What a picture, huh? It's
Yeah.
hard to read.
Just comparing this with having studied, the history of the 20th century, this is almost to cry for.
I feel you. I feel the same. All right. It's tough, man. Let's see if we get through it. Not contented with this, he resolved to make a division of their movables too, that there might be no odious distinction or inequality left amongst them. But finding that it would be very dangerous to go about it openly, he took another course and defeated their avarice by the following stratagem. He commanded that all gold and silver coins should be called in, and that only a sort of money made of iron should be current. It's not even worth anything. A great weight and quantity. These are risky ideas, by the way. So everything that Lycurgus does is likely not to work out, except that he's really genius and can put it into action properly without some corrupting influence that messes it all up. But he pulls it off. So this is like a tightrope walk being done between skyscrapers, and Lycurgus makes it. But most people with the idea of walking between the skyscrapers is going to go splat.
So
So
so he invented fiat money because the iron isn't at
it's
face,
not actually worth
just the
anything.
weight of the metal isn't worth anything comparable to noble metals.
Yeah.
Yeah, fiat currency.
Also, you'd have to carry around a lot of it to be worth something, so it's not even worth going to market and spending money. He's getting them to not have to think about money much at all. Alright.
Maybe it also plummeted crime rates as well.
Yeah, how are you gonna steal when you can't just take this much gold and be rich. You gotta bring a wheelbarrow and a bunch of friends and, like, what's the point? Okay? A great weight this is what he says next. A great weight quantity of which was very little worth, so that to lay up 20 or 30 pounds, there was required a pretty large closet, and to remove it, nothing less than a yoke of oxen. He's making all right. Normally, having a nice medium of exchange to keep the flow of goods going is very helpful for an economy. Lycurgus is wise enough to understand a proper place for the economy amongst brothers, which is that this shouldn't be the only thing people are thinking about, and let's make it harder for them to be preoccupied with it.
Probably this also encouraged non-monetary transactions, like
Yeah,
people just helping each other out, and
we're gonna see
they
that.
they aren't even expecting
Mm.
a transactional return immediately. They just let's settle this now, and maybe next year we talk about it again, whatever. So
It's all good.
They are reducing the transactionalness of relationships, which just skyrockets the healthiness of relationships.
Yeah, yeah, insightful. That's exactly right. And we're going to see how far this goes because the Spartan way of life that people lived and died for was all eating the same meals together. It's in fact, it was a meal that everybody else in Greece thought was disgusting, and they ate it for every meal. This black bean gruel, like we're going to see some pretty radical laws, but we're going to see a very interesting culture and society that is much more philosophical than people always think. They like to say in grade school, "Oh, the Athenians did all of the philosophy and the Spartans were all about war." It's like you can't be about war without being about philosophy, first of all. Secondly, the Athenians are going to war all the time. The Spartans are the ones that are avoiding war by being so clever. So we just got a phone call, which I would normally ignore, except it's from our dear friend Tartaglia. And so what we're going to do is see if he wants to join us right now. Sorry about that. So we're going to see a brotherhood develop here, and this is quite interesting.
If you want, show the painting showing.
Good idea. I didn't pick up the call, and then he didn't pick up my call. Okay, one moment. Give him a call back, see if we can get the tech working here.
Sure.
He maybe didn't hang up yet when I called back.
So this is a painting of
Hey, we're in the
Lycurgus.
middle of a live stream right now, and we are reading Plutarch's Lycurgus, talking about the development of a socialist culture that holds everything in common. Would you like me to send you a link for you to join us? Groovy. I'm sending it now. Now, Dr. Tartaglia is one bad, awesome dude, and we are going to be pulling him in here right now.
That's awesome.
Yeah, let's send him a link. Boom. And we're working on his tech lately because we're having some microphone issues, which is a bit of a bummer. Well, hopefully it'll work nicely today.
Mhm.
All right, we're going to shut that off. We're going to shut there we go. Okay, what's this painting? Tell us about this painting.
Okay, so this is Lycurgus here presenting the newborn boy. When you read, remember when you read that part, and probably the woman holding him isn't even the queen. Probably the queen.
Messenger.
Yeah, she's the midwife or something like that, and he's telling them, okay, here you have your king. So now I'm going to depart. So I will inflict with you with the severest ill, so you can wise up, which is my absence.
Thank you. Fantastic. And Tartaglia has arrived. How are you? Hey, good to see you. All right. I wish we had thought to send you this link earlier. We are right now getting into Lycurgus. And let's see. We'll add it back to stage. There we go. Okay. So here's what we've read so far. Lycurgus is technically king, but then he finds out his brother's wife was with child, and he says, I'm going to restrain my power. I'm not the king. He's going to be the king. But people think he's still going to try to be king because they're all so vicious. So he leaves. He gets Thales to come to the city and just say, teach these people some music so their minds can be more ordered because they're so violent, they imagine everybody's going to be. And then he travels through Asia, through Turkey, through Egypt, and studies the laws and comes back to set up new laws. He then makes friendships with a few people, gives them a vision for a future. They agree. They have a little bit of political force, but they don't slay their enemies. They just convince them to join into one big project. And now he's passing the laws. He's invented the Senate, and that eventually developed into another group, which just sort of balanced power between the people and the rulers, between the kings and the representatives of the people. And a few other things have been developed, but now he's doing more radical revolutions where he's getting rid of private property and then giving everybody the same amount of property. And that's where we left off.
Well, not getting rid of private property per se, but getting rid of superfluous private property.
Yeah, that's right. He recollects it all, and then he divides it all up evenly so that everybody will judge each other based on the merit of their character, and nobody has an extra special golden bowl or an extra large plot of land. And now he's doing the same thing with the coins. He said the only way to do this is to gather all the gold and all the silver and then just give people iron money. And those iron coins are not worth enough to steal, and they're not worth enough to store. So you're going to have to be concerned with things other than money. And the fact that this is a historical recounting is what makes this story so impressive. Okay,
Yeah, this isn't just lofty, idealizing, kind of like
it's
Thomas
not
More's
fantasy.
utopia. This is actually a historical account. So you have Thomas More's utopia, didn't happen. It looks
No,
nice, probably doesn't work, but you have this. This
reality is
this
cooler
works.
than fiction
Yeah,
in this case, right? I'm just agreeing with you. I didn't mean to cut you off. And and we also noticed that Lycurgus understood that we had to get rid of the evils of the money hungry power people and the evils of the envious, wanting, thieving people. That you had to have a total reform of both sides because everybody has to be on board with the idea of merit and character being the only way we're going to judge ourselves. Okay, with the diffusion of this money, at once a number of vices were banished from Lacedaemon. Who would rob another of such a coin? Who would unjustly detain or take by force or accept as a bribe a thing which is not easy to hide, nor a credit to have, nor indeed of any use to cut in pieces? For when it was just red hot, they quenched it in vinegar, and by that means spoiled it and made it almost incapable of being worked. So he's definitely making a full fiat money. He's not just giving you iron as a coin. He's saying you're not even going to be able to build anything out of this because I'm going to ruin it so that it has to be worthless. This is what we call a token. In economics, the difference between a coin and a token can be told by looking at the ridges. So if you look at a quarter, you'll see that it has ridges on it because technically there's still some precious metal. And so you want to have ridges so that nobody's filing off the edge and then doing that to 1,000 coins and making 400 new ones. But if you look at a penny, you'll see there are no ridges on the end of it because a penny is not a coin, it's a token. And a token doesn't actually have value, it's just a symbol. And so he's taken away their gold, he's taken away their silver, and he's created for them tokens of iron that can't even be used for anything else. So, in other words, just stop thinking about that. In the
basically
next,
he returned to Sparta with a huge knowledge of human nature, human psychology, and its flaws and its vices, and basically he is knocking them down one by one.
yeah, and he's very
Systematically.
paternalistic in a positive sense. He's looking like a father upon the state and saying, "I wish all these kids would get along. What could I do to organize the house in a way where everybody's competing to be virtuous and encouraging each other in that, and nothing else?" And so these are very drastic reforms that can't be implemented unless you have an extremely wise leader who's able to insert it to get other people to catch a vision for a radically different way of life. But this way of life lasted centuries longer than the collapsing states around them. So it is possible if you really wanted to do it, but you're going to have to give up your envy, and you're going to have to give up your pride and your arrogance, and you're going to have to give up the cheap thrill of people thinking you're virtuous just because you have money, and you're going to have to give up the cheap thrill of thinking people thinking you're virtuous because you don't have money and therefore you must be not one of the bad guys. You're going to have to become brothers. And so he's doing some really radical reforms. And like we said, it's like walking a tightrope. It would be impossible. It would be nearly impossible to institute any of these reforms alone, and impossible to institute them all unless you're like Lycurgus, unless you're very much inspired by the gods. But that seems to be what happened here. So let's continue. In the next place, he declared an outlawry of all needless and superfluous arts. Okay, back to Plato's Republic. Again, you can see Socrates is just describing Sparta to the Athenians. So we're going to get rid of all bad art, maybe all art in general. Let's see what happens. This one may be tough to swallow. But here he might almost have spared his proclamation. For they of themselves would have gone after the gold and silver, the money which remained, being not so proper payment for curious work. For being as iron, it was scarcely portable neither, if they should take the means to export it. Would it pass amongst the other Greeks who ridiculed it? All right, so the rest of the Greeks are going to ridicule everything about Sparta, by the way. So there was now no more means of purchasing foreign goods and small wares. Okay, so he's getting rid of finery that you could import. The people aren't going to be making fine trinkets, but if there were fine trinkets around, you could be like, this, I have a slightly more ornate spear than my neighbor. And he says, well, yeah, but you kind of got rid of that in the first place because nobody's going to be able to buy anything from anywhere else because nobody else wants your worthless money. So he has almost accomplished that already. But So there was now no more means of purchasing foreign goods and small wares. Merchants sent no shiploads into Laconian ports, no rhetoric master, no itinerant fortune teller, no harlot monger, or gold or silversmith, engraver, or jeweler set foot in a country which had no money. Uh-oh, I told you we're having tech issues. Hopefully we can get this fixed. So that luxury, deprived little by little of that which fed and fomented it, wasted to nothing and died away of itself. For the rich had no advantage here over the poor, as their wealth and abundance had no road to come abroad by, but were shut up at home doing nothing. So even if they still had wealth, it's like nobody wants it. And in this way, they became excellent artists in common, necessary things, beadsteads, chairs, tables, and such like staple utensils in a family. Okay, so they didn't get rid of all uh, artistry and craftsmanship. People are doing things that are useful for each other. All right.
just just
Hey,
look just look at the diametrical opposite of this happening in the reverse during the Middle Ages, when the landed aristocracy, with the accumulation of wealth by their own version of the helots, the peasantry, with this superfluous accumulated wealth, they started to import stuff from, like China or something like that. And
how
they
are you going to
started,
impress? How
that's
are you
how.
going to impress your
Yeah,
competing baron
yeah,
unless you've got some extra thing you can't get from anywhere else?
yeah. That's how this version of what we call capitalism was born, especially in England during the 1500s to the 1900s, and then when steam machines were all the rage. That's what when Marx wrote about, not just his ideas and his critique of other political philosophers and economic thinkers, but he also, in a kind of a historical document kind of way, he also documented how were the living conditions of the exploited people, which was basically this system kind of cannibalizing itself in England, colonizing its own self before it departed, and it exhausted its own people and resources. There's literally no coal in England by now, thanks to this, and this system was basically exported to in the entire world. Uh, and so this is the opposite phenomenon of what Plutarch is describing here. Sorry, I cut you off.
Yeah, no, you're right. What Lycurgus is doing is in opposition to very naturally evolving systems, which is not something anybody should just willy-nilly set out to try to do, but he pulls it off, and so we should pay like, if you wanted to have a radically different civilization, you should probably reread what we're reading here today about 8,000 times and pay attention to every single line until you can get the insights into why exactly the mechanics of it happen to work this one time. Because this is no easy thing to accomplish, which is why there aren't many stories like this, but it's a historical story. So remember, it's not just some random made up idea. All right. And in this way, they became excellent artists in common, necessary things, bedsteads, chairs, tables, and such like staple utensils in a family were admirably well made there. Their cup, particularly, they became really, really good at that stuff. Their cup, particularly, was very much in fashion and eagerly bought up by soldiers, as Critias reports, for its color was such as to prevent water drunk upon necessity and disagreeable to look at from being noticed. And the shape of it was such that the mud stuck to the sides so that only the purer part came to the drinker's mouth. These are soldiers. They're going to be traveling long distances. They've got a cup that purifies water. Okay, that could be quite useful, right? That could be something. All right, but they're developing these technologies and being very skilled at this stuff because they're not wasting their time with ornaments. For this also they had to thank their lawgiver, who, by relieving the artisans of the trouble of making useless things, set them to show their skills in giving beauty to those of daily and indispensable use. So that stuff starts getting richer when you focus on that. The third and most masterly stroke of this great lawgiver, by which he struck a yet more effectual blow against luxury and the desire of riches, was the ordinance he made. So now we're getting to actual like laws, right? He's just doing clever things to affect the civilization as a whole, that they should all eat in common. It was the law. You eat together all your meals. That's not normally what you think of with a law. Of the same bread and same meat, nobody gets a special cut, and of kinds that were specified, and should not spend their lives at home laid on costly couches and splendid tables, delivering themselves up into the hands of of their tradesmen and cooks. Now you owe something to them because they're giving you stuff. Get out of the house and go live in a barracks is really what it is. In other words, if you want the short answer to why socialism never works, it's because you have to just be in the military. Socialism works great in the military. That's how people live. They eat together, they have the same stuff. You just have to make your entire civilization a military. If your entire civilization is everybody's a soldier, you can have your socialism. To fatten them in corners like greedy brutes, and to ruin not their minds only, but their very bodies, which, enfeebled by indulgence and excess, would stand in need of long sleep, warm bathing, freedom from work, and, in a word, of as much care and attendance as if they were continually sick. So we don't want them living this way, but he's basically turning the entire citizenry into soldiers.
This is important to call attention to, because people think that what you just read are exclusively diseases of our modern day. Not so. These were diseases of ancient cities as well.
This
Very
people,
famously, people living in Roman cities, not just Rome, but including Rome, they were eating very high fashioned foods, and gorging themselves, and indulging in many excesses, and all these kinds of diseases crept in, both
and
diseases of the
Lycurgus is
body
seeing
and the
that
mind.
as the sickness of the state, basically. Like
Yeah,
the whole body politic is sick. It'd be like if you met a guy, the Willow Jenkins, who's those guys? Jocko Willings, or whatever his name is. There's
Jocko
this guy
Wing.
who does he gets up and he runs and he does all this. That's one guy. And then there's a guy who does enough work to live and he sits around and watches Netflix and eats Domino's. Okay. So he Lycurgus is saying, I want a state of Jocko Willings. All right. What we're going to do is we're going to make the whole state be that way by making the individuals be that way. And we're going to make the individuals be that way by organizing the state as that.
Yeah, a
And
viable system is made up of smaller viable systems.
yeah, well, it's what's weird is that as you the ancients understood this, and I'm coming to understand it, is that the same story plays itself out on every level of analysis. And so if you tweak one, you're tweaking all of them, which is strange to find out. It's really interesting. You could fix your own personal life and see things change on all levels. Um, anyway, so it was certainly an extraordinary thing to have brought about such a result as this. Well, there's the understatement of the millennia. But a greater yet to have taken away from wealth, as Theophrastus observes, not merely the property of being coveted, but its very nature of being wealth. He ruined it as well. It's you look at gold coins and go, "Ugh, get that out of my way." Who left that trash on the ground? That's quite a transformation. For the rich, being obliged to go to the same table with the poor, could not make use of or enjoy their abundance, nor so much as please their vanity by looking at it or displaying it. So that the common proverb that Plutus, the god of riches, is blind, was nowhere in all the world literally verified but in Sparta. It's the only place it's ever happened. There, indeed, he was not only blind, but like a picture without either life or motion. Nor were they allowed to take food at home first and then attend the public tables, for every one had an eye upon those who did not eat and drink like the rest, and reproached them for being dainty and effeminate. Come on. We're eating at the barracks. We're going to hang out. We're going to talk. We're having our meals. You don't want to hang out? What's wrong with you, man? So, like, culturally, they just all transformed into this rah rah, let's eat together, let's talk together. Now, what's interesting, we had mentioned earlier that people have this cartoonish view that the Spartans were philosophical, and I mean, that the Athenians were philosophical and the Spartans were not. We're going to probably read about the education system of the Athenians because there's different age groups and they're eating together and all of this. But what would happen is, let's say you were, I'll just make up numbers, you were in seventh grade Your teachers were the ninth graders. That's pretty rough. Talk about the Spartan the Spartan education system did not have an anti-bullying campaign. Let's put it that way, because they weren't that well developed. But the idea was what you had to do if you were 7 is that you had to every day stand before the group and say something observant, profound, or wise about whatever was going on. So we're arguing about whether or not to go to war. This guy is very interesting and people want him to be the general, but this other guy thinks he should be the general. You have to make a comment about the politics and the happenings of the day. And if what you said was dumb or not really relevant, the punishment was you got bit on the thumb by the older student. Right? They got to bite you and then you had pain or something like that. It's very strange. But what happened was the Spartans learned how to be very clever. They were rap battle experts. They were insult comics. They could do better yo mama jokes than anybody because they learned really young. Like, and this is why we have such great stories. They'll probably be in this text, but stories of even the women in Sparta, being insulted by other Greeks and then coming back with one-liners that you still tell today because they're so good. Okay. This last ordinance in particular exasperated the wealthier men. They elected in a body against Lycurgus, and from ill words came to throwing stones. I don't want to eat with these brutes. Come on, I was finer than them. I have more things. So that at length he was forced to run out of the marketplace and make a sanctuary to save his life. Okay, this isn't smoothly happening in all ways. By good hap, he outran all, excepting one Alcander, a young man otherwise not ill accomplished, but hasty and violent, who came up so close to him that when he turned to see who was so near him, he struck him upon the face with his stick and put out one of his eyes. Lycurgus, so far from being daunted and discouraged by this accident, stopped short and showed his disfigured face and eye beat out to his countrymen. They dismayed and ashamed at the sight, delivered Alcander into his hands to be punished, and escorted him home with expressions of great concern for his ill usage. Lycurgus, having thanked them for their care of his person, dismissed them all, excepting only Lycander, and, taking him with him into his house, neither did nor said anything severely to him, but dismissing those whose place it was, bade Alcander to wait upon him at table. The young man, who was of an ingenious temper, without murmuring, did as he was commanded. All right, so this isn't just some brutish, spoiled rich cat. This is a dude with feeling and class who's really pissed off and a bit temperamental. Without murmuring, did as he was commanded, and being thus admitted to live with Lycurgus, he had an opportunity to observe in him, besides his gentleness and calmness of temper, an extraordinary sobriety and an indefatigable industry, and so from an enemy became one of his most zealous admirers. Let's pause. Lycurgus is something else. Okay. Socrates says, why would you punish someone? It makes them worse. What are you supposed to do? Come and live with me. Observe how I live. Let's just live here, do some stuff. That's your punishment. And it turns out he's overwhelmed by the virtue and he's like, oh, this dude rocks. I want to be like him. I want those riches. I want the riches of being wise and careful and having the right thing to say and doing things properly. And he became his best defender, admirer, friend, and told his friends and relations that Lycurgus was not that morose and ill-natured man that they'd formerly taken him for, but the one mild and gentle character of the world. And thus he's one of a kind. That's definitely the case that we're getting out of Lycurgus. And thus did Lycurgus, for chastisement of his fault, make of a wild and passionate young man one of the discreetest citizens of Sparta. In
Hold
memory
on,
of
hold
Go
on
ahead.
before you go forward. So this is actually a very famous story by the Stoics, like one of the Stoics teachers, Musonius Rufus, who taught the Stoic who taught the emperor, basically, and he famously told this story. So I didn't know this story.
Oh,
Probably the original where he got it was from here, because this
interesting.
is earlier than Musonius Rufus. This is
So who
the
was telling it?
70s.
Who was telling it?
Musonius Rufus told this story famously in his classes. We even have it in his lecture notes that we got from Musonius Rufus, and he taught
Interesting.
Epictetus, which was the freed slave who became also a philosophy teacher, and then he taught another Stoic master who taught Marcus Aurelius, and Marcus Aurelius was very influenced by these Stoics. So basically, indirectly, Marcus Aurelius
Yeah.
was influenced by Lycurgus. Yeah,
Chasing bag, baby.
and there's a saying in the Stoics,
Vibes.
which is you should try to be a cynic, and if you can't, at least be a Stoic. But even higher than being a cynic is being a Spartan in this
Is
sense.
that what he said?
Yeah,
Interesting. Okay. You
yeah.
should
This
try to
is
be a
this is the
cynic.
highest
You can't.
level.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay. That's who said that?
Well, this is an adaptation of what Epictetus said. He said you should.
Epictetus said,
Epictetus
"Be
said this.
be a
Try to
cynic."
be, yeah, try to be a cynic, and if you can't, at least be a Stoic.
Okay. Now, we should just mention to the audience that might be new here, the word cynic back then did not mean what we take it to mean, which is, you don't believe in anything and you're a grouch. What it meant was, I don't believe in any of your nonsense and politics and economy. I'm going to go work on my soul. I'm going to spend the rest of my days alive doing the thing that is all that matters, which is figuring out how to be right with the divine. And that's all I'm going to do. And I'm not worried about family or money or whatever else. So he said, be a cynic. If you can't be a cynic, be a stoic. But better than all of that is to be a Spartan. Okay.
So
These
basically, the cynic is the gymnosophist a la Greece.
That's a good way of putting it. Interesting. Okay, cool. Interesting. So we've all right. Let's keep going. In memory of this accident, Lycurgus, I mean, Lycurgus is just very wise. Okay. He's not, he's a one of a kind, right? This kid calls him, there's no one like him in the world. That's quite a blessing from the gods to have a person like this, and it's going to transform this civilization for hundreds of years. In memory of this accident, Lycurgus built a temple to Minerva, surnamed Optilatus, Op- Optilus being the Doric of these parts for ophthalmus, the eye, right? We know. So some authors, however, right? So it's like ocular, but it's optic, right? We know. Some authors, however, of whom Dioscorides is one who wrote a treatise on the Commonwealth of Sparta, say that he was wounded indeed, but did not lose his eye with the blow, but that he built the temple in gratitude for the cure. Okay, so he's being a historian here and saying this guy tells a story this way, this one says this way, everybody says this way except this one guy. We're going to discount him. He had a motivation, right? He's weighing those out as he goes to show us the development of doing history while you're telling your stories. Okay. Uh, be this as it will, certain it is that after this misadventure, the Lacedaemonians made it a rule never to carry so much as a staff into their public assemblies. Okay. So things might get heated, no bringing things that can cause injury. Our great guy shows he was very patient about it, and he even built a temple to an oracle that has to do with eyes. We got it. But to return to the public repast, these had several names in Greek. The Cretans called them Andrea because the men only came to them. The Lacedaemonians it called them Fidicia, that is, by changing L to D, the same as Felicia. That's love feast, brotherly love. It's like the Philadelphia. So he's talking about the places where they go and eat their meals, and they've got names. Because that by eating and drinking together, they had the opportunity of making friends, or perhaps from Fido, parsimony, because they were so many schools of sobriety, or perhaps the first letter is an addition, and the word at first was aditia from edode, eating. They met by companies of 15. Okay, so here's how they're all going to have their meals in common, the whole city. Groups of 15. He's literally writing the law that says this is how you eat your meals. So this is a totalitarian state. Everything that is not forbidden is mandatory. All right. We're not talking about a lot of freedom talk here in a sense, but we're talking about state structured discipline that might allow for a different kind of freedom, maybe. I'm not judging it as good or bad. We're just analyzing it. Okay. So here's the rules you eat in groups of 15, more or less. Each of them stood bound to bring in monthly a bushel of meal. All right. You all have your land. It makes enough food for you. Bring in enough every month. Got it. 8 gallons of wine, 5 pounds of cheese, 2 pounds and a half of figs, and a very small sum of money to buy flesh or fish with. Besides this, when any of them made sacrifice to the gods, they always sent a dole to the common hall. And likewise, when any of them had been a hunting, he sent thither a part of the venison he had killed, for these two occasions were the only excuses allowed for supping at home. Okay, So that's funny is that it reminds me of Kipling's Law of the Jungle. If you remember, like there's rules for the hind and the different parts of the wolf's hunt, and you have to give a certain part to the thing, and the mother with the new babies gets her part and all of that. So in any event, you were allowed to eat at home if you went hunting. So you go out hunting, you kill some deer, you can make a feast at home, but you got to give some of the meat to the commons. Okay. The custom of eating together was observed strictly for a great while afterwards, insomuch as King Aegeus himself, after having vanquished the Athenians, sent for his commons at his return home because he desired to eat privately with his queen, was refused them by the Polemarchs, which refusal, when he resented so much as to omit next day the sacrifice due to for a war happily ended, they made him pay a fine. So we're talking, I think, centuries later. I think so. The king wins a war, is like, "I'm tired. I wanna go have dinner with my wife. I'm gonna send some stuff to the commons so that that's my payment for not having to be there." And the other 14 dudes are like, "No, bitch, you're supposed to be eating with us." They refused it, and so he had to pay a fine for not showing up, and he's the king who just won the war. Okay, something's going on here. The Spartans took very seriously these laws, and it's not because some tyrant made them obey them. It's because Lycurgus was a genius, a super genius on a level, as you pointed out, Roger, psychologically, mythopoetically, artistically. He's at building coalitions. Lycurgus is not your average dude with a nice idea. Okay, they used to send their children to these tables as to schools of temperance. Oh, hey, this will be nice for all the parents. If you're having trouble making your 2-year-old behave at the table and it's ruining your dinner, the Spartans figured it out. They just made a table of 15 2-year-olds. Let them sort out how they want to behave around each other, and they'll be quite annoyed with each other, maybe. I don't know. Let's see what happens. Here they were instructed in state affairs by listening to experienced statesmen. Okay, so again, 7th graders, 12th graders, or whatever. Like this is their education. You go to eat, but you also have to listen to people talk about what's going on, and you have to have something to say. Here they learn to converse with pleasantry, to make jests without scurrility, right? What's that proper line of I'm joking and kidding, but now it's insulting and causing problems? Or no, this is brotherly fraternity, right? They learn the things that you have to learn, but they're learning it in a group of brothers. Okay. Take them without ill humor, right? How to handle a joke. You're going to need to know this. In this point of good breeding, the Lacedaemonians excelled particularly, but if any man were uneasy under it, upon the least hint given, there was no more to be said to him. It was customary also for the eldest man in the company to say to each of them as they came in, "Through this," pointing to the door, "no words go out." Okay? We got 15 dudes, similar age. Let's be brothers. Let's eat a meal. That's part of the law. Normally, you don't think of how you eat your meal as part of the law, but that's part of the law. And so it's technically maybe a totalitarian state. All right. But he says, "Look what it does. It makes everybody able to handle a joke, able to like be not so stuck on themselves and overly serious and make a joke that doesn't go too far and cause trouble because we want to get along and finish our meal." And so they're working that out. And if anybody is too thin-skinned, they just stop joking with him, which is kind
What?
of a punishment.
There weren't any snowflakes in Sparta, or if
There
they
were.
were, they were really, socially punished, basically.
Yeah, so there were some snowflakes. Um the least hint given of not being able to take a joke, you just didn't talk to that person. No more was said to them. Don't joke with him because he can't handle a joke. So it's kind of a social punishment. Now you're sitting, you thought you were defending yourself, but now you're kind of out of the club. And they're not going to pick on you. They're not going to bully you. They're just going to be like, yeah, he's sensitive. We'll just sort of let him eat and he'll sit there quietly, which is, maybe you want to start thinking while you're there, how do I get back into this? And maybe develop a thicker skin. So that's how they're growing up. It was customary also for the eldest man in the company to say to each of them as they came in, "Through this," pointing to no words go out. So we've got some privacy, some security, some trust with each other,
So it's kind
fraternity.
of like what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas in that room.
Yeah. Yeah. We're not going out there to talk about what you said to me and what I said to you and start a big political thing. This is our brotherly time together. We're eating a meal. Rah, rah, rah. Let's sing a song. Let's have some food. It's a good time. Let's talk about politics. Let's learn from elder statesmen. We're doing education and eating together. But this is our, and then when we go out, the people who eat in their 15 groups, they've got their buddies and they know that we are just as tight as they are. And whatever. That's how it's working.
Also, one of the ways in which conflicts in society can go from being healthy conflicts to being pathological
It's a
is
good point.
when some self-centered people tries to escalate, and usually when they try to escalate a problem they have with someone else is when they go fetch someone else, especially someone else with
Yep.
authority, to kind of use them uh, as
This is a clever
instruments against the target. This is
this is
a
a clever
very very,
observation
yeah,
you're making.
I've seen this so many times
So how do you
in
stop that?
corporate.
This is a clever observation you're
Yeah,
making.
I did it intuitively as the Spartans did. Maybe
Right.
maybe I picked it up from other wise
Wait, you
people,
did what
whatever.
intuitively?
I stopped talking to them basically.
Yeah, I did that my whole life. The second someone talks to me about someone who's not in the room, I just turn my back and walk away, and then they hate me forever, but I don't care. I don't
But
want
yeah,
any.
but that's I think that's the way to deal with people who are self-centered, because they thrive on attention, their pathological
There
side, I say.
the Bible says
Yeah.
there's 8 things the Lord abhors, and one of them is a man who spreads dissension amongst brothers. And in Proverbs, it says, "The words of a gossip go into your inmost being like a morsel." They just change the way you look at other people, and fuck that. I don't want that influence in my life. Just get out of here. And it's a pain because there's a certain number of people that are inclined to do that, but I just decided early on, I mean, really early on, I was like, I want those people to hate me more than anybody else because I want them to know I have no time for this. Because it sucks. It makes so much that could be good bad. But notice the wisdom of what Lycurgus is doing, exactly as Roger has noticed the formula. It's like imagine a city state where people are gossiping and they're saying, I don't like that guy, he's rude. You can't do that when there's actually a bunch of 15 city states, 15 peopled city states. It's like you can talk with each other and sort out in real time while you're talking and make jokes with each other, but nobody in the other group is going to give a shit that you don't like the way this guy jokes. That's not his world. His world is 15 friends. So now you're not going to have political upheaval that rises up from a grassroots sense like that. This is beyond genius. If you
Th-
could be
this
genius enough
is
to get people to
yeah,
adopt.
this is a really well designed game of society that has a lot of checks and balances, and is in many senses abuse proof.
It is. I imagine, I don't know who could be in the mind of a guy like Lycurgus, but I imagine he looked at it and said, I want the body politic to be like a family. And then he said, you can't have a family of more than 15 people. That's not going to work. Okay, let's just make a bunch of little families, but they're just people from different families all eating together in the same age. So he made little 15-person units and said, okay, that's about how much a person can handle. And maybe he even understood from tribalistic origins, that's about what you can handle. And then the big body politic is made up of a bunch of those, and you can't get the type of political conniving, scheming stuff that is destroying other states. This is beyond brilliant, and it's also beyond brilliant that you could get people to do it.
Yeah,
Okay,
it's also a bit like biology, because these groups of 15 are kind of like cells, and
cells.
probably each of them has the clown guy who is
Of course.
hilarious.
Yep,
There's the guy who enforces, physical exercise discipline, and like kind of like the trainer guy.
yep.
Yeah, there's the guy who reads the text and knows the philosophy or whatever.
Yep.
The guy who's the expert in speaking or whatever.
And
The
they're
stern.
finding their
Yeah,
relational place with
yeah,
each other in groups of 15. It's like you go outside and you tell somebody in another group how funny your funny guy is. He doesn't give a shit because his jokes are made on all of your inside conversation. So they get their funny guy, you get your funny guy. They get their stoical guy, you get your stoical guy. And everybody's bringing the virtues that need to happen in order for the whole thing to have what it needs and work harmoniously.
yeah.
It's
And
pretty.
probably these groups of 15, Besides respecting the Dunbar's number, which is a set limit that's studied, and people can't figure out social relationships above 250 something. So 15 is way below that. People can have, really tight knit connections with each other, healthy relationships and whatever,
Yep.
friendships, true friendships actually, because one of the pathological things that everyone is exposed in society is people saying that they have friends when they really do not. They just have acquaintances at best, innocently, or maybe they even have people who are opportunists, or they're just waiting for a chance to kind of backstab. And
Yep.
this is, yeah. And besides that, these groups of 15
Okay.
probably give kind of like fertile ground for socially productive archetypes to
Exactly.
manifest. So
Yeah.
these, the fool, the jester, the the sage, all this that I've been mentioning, the archetypes. You
Yeah.
you need to have the archetypes, because that's what brings mythopoetic diversity to society.
And in order to have this, he's setting about on this civilizational, cultural, structural reframing. It's like Lycurgus knows this is what people are and this is where they'll be happy. So let's just build that. And then it's brilliant. It's working out brilliantly on deep, deep levels, which you can see hints of in the text as we're going through, but it's astonishing.
Maybe there only is like 15 healthy archetypes and the rest are demons, so uh, probably you don't get much more by having close relationships with more than 15 people anyway, if they all, manifest those really noble and great archetypes. It's kind of like
Find the niche. Yeah.
it's kind of like on Olympus they are 12, so
Yeah.
they already have everything, and they're just 12, so just 15, it's a close number.
So if you're feeling to yourself, I wish I was a part of one of these groups, let's see what happens when I become a part of one. When anyone had a desire to be admitted into any one of these little societies, he was to go through the following probation. Each man in the company took a little ball of soft bread, which they were to throw into a deep basin, which a waiter carried around upon his head. Those that liked the person to be chosen dropped their ball into the basin without altering its figure, and those who disliked him pressed it betwixt their fingers and made it flat. And this signified as much as a negative voice. And if there were but one of these flattened pieces in the basin, the suitor was rejected. So desirous were they that all the members of the company should be agreeable to each other. The basin was called Cadicus, and the rejected candidate had a name thence derived, Cadicus. Their most famous dish was the black broth, which was so much valued that the elderly men fed upon that only, leaving what flesh there was to the younger. Okay, so he's talking about the meals. We've got the structure now. This is very socially designed. Okay. They say that a certain, oh, by the way, the rest of the Greeks made fun of the Spartans forever, especially their stupid black broth. They thought it was the most disgusting gruel they had ever seen. And the Spartans lived and died to defend the Spartan way of life, which meant by the time you were elderly, just eating that alone. But in this company. Okay, they say that a certain king of Pontus, having heard so much of this black broth of theirs, sent for a Lacedaemonian cook on purpose to make him some, but had no sooner tasted it than he found it extremely bad, which the cook observing told him, Sir, to make this broth relish, you should have bathed yourself first in the river Eurotas. You're gonna have to unmute yourself and explain that joke because I don't remember the joke.
Well, the thing is, human beings experience everything relatively speaking. So, for a person to be accustomed to taking cold showers or bathing in a cold river, you have to kind of ease in gradually into that, because biology usually doesn't like drastic changes,
Gotcha.
and people who are accustomed to a kind of a Spartan or ascetic lifestyle or whatever, if someone else suddenly tastes that kind of lifestyle, s- they will be shocked. They just can't, because the person who is inside that lifestyle is kind of like on top of a mountain, and the other one is just looking at this
Got it.
mountain from the foothill. So it's, I think it's kind of like a joke that, one of the aspects
That could be.
is you don't need warm baths. You can just bathe in the river just as it is. um
Oh, you heard about our
yeah,
food? You wanted to taste our
yeah,
food? Here's our food. I don't like it. Well, it
yeah,
tastes really good after you swim through some rapids.
yeah.
Got it. That could very
Yeah.
well be the joke. All right, that's good. All right. After drinking moderately, every man went to his home without lights, for the use of them was on all occasions forbidden to the end that they might accustom themselves to march boldly in the dark. Okay. Now, you think of the Spartans as warlike, but what they really were people who avoided war because they were so good at it that nobody wanted to fight with them. Every citizen is real bold at marching through the dark from an early age. They learn this. Such was the common fashion of their meals. All right. Lycurgus would never reduce his laws into writing. Nay, there is a retra expressly to forbid it. For he thought that the most. Okay, can anybody guess why? I think you can guess if you've studied any legal theory, right? Why do we not write it down? Because if we write it down, eventually some little prick is going to be like, I am dis. Oh, there's a comma here. And that means technically it can. No, you know what it means. Say the poem. What does it mean? Everybody knows what it means. Stop playing games. Okay. So to avoid legalistic games, maybe, well, let's see why. But that's what I'm guessing is the reason why.
Also
Like,
to interpret the stanzas as a whole, not just,
yeah,
fixing the little words and whatever. Oh, so yeah, as you mentioned, so the
yeah,
thing
yeah.
has to be holistically interpreted.
I might jump in the gun. That might not be why, but that's my guess. Let's see what he says though. Lycurgus would never reduce his laws into writing. Nay, there was a retra expressly to forbid it, for he thought that the most material points and such as most directly tended to the public welfare, being imprinted on the hearts of the youth by a good discipline, would be sure to remain and would find a stronger security. So that's an even better reason. He says, look, we're going to write it on their hearts. We're going to make it their poems that they have to focus on that
This
way.
is this is crazy because it's practically the same thing as how the Vedas had been for millennia, transmitted from one generation to the next. Basically, the
Yeah.
elders recited to the
There's a
children the
funny
Vedas,
Yeah.
verse by verse.
Mhm.
Changing a verse was severely punished, and it's crazy that.
There's a funny
It,
story about that.
and ironically, the texts that are passed on generation to generation. So Lycurgus's laws, the Vedas, other texts.
Not
Um,
text, poem.
well, they're not texts. Yeah, they are poems. They are a part of social abstraction, but they are, in a way, if they are ritualized,
It's
they're
oral. Yeah.
their preservation, they're passing on to another generation, ritualized in a sufficient manner. uh, Ironically, they might be more resilient than if written down.
Yep. Because you can ignore them. If they're written down, they're there and you don't have to pay attention to them. If you have to memorize them and everybody's repeating them, that's 100% right. It's an oral tradition. Imagine Lycurgus coming up with these poems and not writing them down. He didn't write them down. He said them and they repeated them. Hey, why are you behaving that way? Remember, ba 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 ba. And it's like, oh, it's real. Like this is resonating in a lively way because a living person is confronting me with this thing that's right in the midst of us all the time. It's exactly like the Vedas, like you're
Yeah,
saying.
and it's like the law is more like the soul of the society, instead of just like a bunch of code to run.
I forgot that he did that. I didn't even remember that
Yeah, I didn't know.
down.
Yeah.
This is interesting. Yeah, I think you're right. It's exactly like the soul. So sure, this is an even better reason than what I said. Sure to remain and would find a stronger security than any compulsion would be in the principles of action formed in them by their best lawgiver education. So he's got this education, just like Plato's Republic. There's an educational system that's being written into the law, but not written, but poetically, but it's the way they live and the way they get their education, and it's sewn into them. And as for things of lesser importance, as pecuniary contracts and such like, the forms of which have to be changed as occasion requires, he thought it the best way to preserve no positive rule, to prescribe, excuse me, no positive rule or inviolable usage in such cases, willing that their manner and form should be altered according to the circumstances of time and determinations of men of sound judgment. Every end and object of law and and enactment, it was his design education should affect. Okay, pause. He's saying, I want you to learn how to be the right type of people. And if you are, you will be able to settle your disagreements. You'll be able to settle your contractual disagreements. If you have the principles of the right way to be brotherly with each other, you can sort that out and we don't have to make written laws about how to sort that out. People will remind you have to be a man of your word. We don't have to say if a contract is signed, you have to be held responsible for the things that you said you'd be liable for in the contract, blah, 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 because we're actually going to do this on an educational level. So we've been looking at mythopoetic and historical, many different layers of analysis, psychological. This is the educational level. For him, I want to make a people who are lawful. I don't want to make a people ruled by laws. I want the law written in their hearts, and I want them to be the types of people that live this way. So
I always thought, hypothetically to myself, after studying Diogenes and the other cynics, that
what, did you freeze?
social,
Hold on
yeah,
one second.
probably connection problem.
Okay.
Am I back?
You
Okay.
said Diogenes and the other cynics. What?
Yeah, I studied Diogenes and the other cynics, and also by studying Plato, I got to know different political systems and whatever, and also socialism and whatever from the 19th, 20th century. And I thought to myself that a bunch of people like Diogenes, if they decided to make any society work, to try out socialism, communism, capitalism, whatever, since they are guys that prize virtue, probably they could get anything working. And now here we have a historical example of this working, basically. So he makes people who are even more hardcore interested in virtue and high level, high standard morality, um, solving disputes and conflicts with each other, because their character is so refined that they don't even need to kind of appeal to a court to resolve the matter for them and whatever. So they are adults, basically, in a sense that in which many people nowadays are not. Yeah,
If you are virtuous, you need fewer laws. I mean, by
yeah, yeah,
definition,
yeah.
this is the founding father principle. Govern yourself, and you don't need to be governed. Don't govern yourself, someone's going to do it for you. That if you want greater freedom and fewer laws, discipline yourself. And yeah, that's the principle. And this is quite an insight that you're making here, because he's saying, look, if you're going to take a bunch of nasty, miserable people and make laws, you can do your best. But if your laws are actually a cultural educational system that produces sorts of people who don't need to be bullied into doing the right thing, you can do way better. And that's what he decided he was going to set out on. And so
The
this,
crazy thing is the raw material with which he started at
yeah,
the when the kid was born.
that makes
You
him a
know,
miracle.
kind,
Yeah.
kind of Mad Max-esque situation.
He's
And
emerging.
yeah,
He's
and these
emerging
people
out of
are
that,
yeah, and these
transforming
people
everything.
are friends now. They're all friends, and they're treating each other with respect. And if something doesn't go as planned, they work it out. If someone can't fulfill a delivery or something like that, they work it out. They
The
find some way.
Lycurgian character is at play here. You can't just do this by wishing it, and to get people to agree to it and to go along with it and to be so radically transformed, it's Lycurgus's character. I mean, it's coming out. It's like the way he acts when people wrong him, the way he acts when he gently puts things together, the discipline he has for his own education. he's an exemplary person who has the ability to get people to form a coalition and say, you're right, this is the direction we want to move. We're going to be happier if we eat hard food and do live this way that you're asked to live. And then they're able to see it and do it. It's a miracle. It's more of a miracle than anything else in legislative history, probably.
Yeah, he basically seems to be in the same echelon as other kind of mythical figures like Confucius and Moses.
Yeah.
Literally, civilization founders kind of thing. Also, I have here a neoclassical sculpture that is located in Brussels, Belgium. If you want to share it for a few
Share
seconds.
on the thing. Yeah. Hold on, let me do that.
Yeah, just switch in, switch out. So
Yeah.
yeah, this
Gotcha.
is really epic because it shows his body is fit. He is dressed with modern, he isn't using opulent clothing, just really bare bones, the essentials, and he's clearly thinking
Yeah.
by his hand gesture.
Yeah.
So yeah,
He's got you can tell he's got the ability to win a boxing match and also isn't interested in throwing a punch.
yeah,
Not because he's afraid of it, but because he's got,
and he
something
can
else.
he can engage with you in deep conversations.
Yeah, there's something inviting about it too. Yeah, you're right. That's it's an impressive character. Um, I vote Lycurgus 2028. I think,
Yeah, I'm happy that you chose this text because yeah, this is really new to me, and it complements a lot of other stuff that I got to know and study.
let's do it. Let's do it. This is good. Okay. One then of the retros was that their laws should not be written. Another was particularly leveled against luxury and expensiveness, for by it was ordained that the ceilings of their houses should only be wrought by the axe, and their gates and doors smoothed only by the saw. So, okay, you all have the same houses and plots of land, but don't go thinking that you're going to make extra nice ornament. No, you just do it the same. None of that distinguishes a man from another man because we're going to be focusing on
They
education and
they,
character.
they don't even sandpaper, walls so they aren't rough.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, I got the extra special guy that put extra care into it, so my house is nicer. Go eat
Here,
your meal at the barracks and then
yeah,
go home when you have to.
yeah.
Yep.
They probably would make fun of them for being womanish or effeminate or
Yeah.
weaklings or
Well, and
whatever.
it was against the law. I mean,
Yeah,
that's what's
against the law.
amazing. It's like, so if you can't take a joke, you're effeminate. But here, there's a poem saying you use the axe and nothing else to make your house. Okay, let's stop. Let's just cut that off at the root. That's amazing. Oh, Epim, Epiminodon I'm sorry, Epaminondas's famous dictum that his own table that quote treason and a dinner like this do not keep company together, may be said to have been anticipated by Lycurgus. All right, what is he doing? He's getting rid of political upheaval and controversy and jealousy and all of that stuff by just organizing the surroundings differently.
Yeah, if you change the environment, you can change behaviors. This has been also described by
It's interesting.
contemporary psychological studies, social
Yeah,
studies, whatever.
yeah. Well, it's a mirror image of what's going on in your mind.
Yeah,
This is
and
interesting.
also famously
What a
documented
psychological
and
insight.
yeah,
Right?
famously documented and described also in famous books like Atomic Habits, for instance, that draws heavily from this classical wisdom.
Yeah, but this couldn't have this couldn't have worked if Lycurgus was only wise enough to think if I manipulate the surroundings, it'll make people not care about this so much because people are going to find a new way to distinguish themselves. He must have been on the deep psychological level of recognizing that your surroundings change the structure of your brain. And I mean, that had to be the case, and it worked. And
Yeah,
because of
probably because he started with the mythos. He started with the deep level
you're right, with Thales,
of
yeah.
of of psychology and society. First, he started by planting seeds of what are the kind of mythical stories that everyone cherishes and values, and the characters within it with their archetypes. What kind of archetypes need to be in
Well,
the
he brought in the
collect.
artists to
Yeah,
do it
what
because it
what are,
sounds
what archetypes need to be in the collective consciousness of Sparta for Sparta to work as a
that's right.
viable political body? Probably not the envious archetype or the narcissistic archetype,
Well,
the
way down
conniving,
below.
the
Yeah.
conniving and Machiavellian or whatever archetype that's trying to, meander around something like a snake. So he had to get rid of the snakes. But he
You have a
filled,
bunch of
yeah,
yeah.
he filled everything with order, so the snakes couldn't even go there.
He filled the desires, what you're saying, the art filled the individuals with a desire for order. He didn't take a bunch of chaotic people and say, "I'm gonna impose order on you." He said, "Let's start with some music." And isn't that something like, wouldn't it be nice to be a part of something that's that structurally as he did that first, and then when they wanted the thing, then he said, "Here's how we're gonna get there," and everybody went along. Okay. Luxury in a house of this kind could not well be companions, for a man might have a less than ordinary share of sense that would furnish such plain and common rooms with silver-footed couches and purple coverlets and gold and silver plate. No way. Doubtless, he had good reason to think that they would proportion their beds to their houses, and their coverlets to their houses, and their coverlets to their beds, and the rest of their goods and furniture to these. So all he had to do was make a law, an actual law saying your house has to be built this way, and then nobody was stupid enough to say, "I'm going to put a gold bed frame in my house that has a not very fancy roof." Like it just doesn't make sense. It is reported that King Leotychides, the first of that name, was so little used to the sight of any other kind of work that being entertained at Corinth in a stately room, he was much surprised to see the timber and ceiling so finely carved and paneled, and asked his host whether the trees grew so in this country. A third ordinance of Retra. That's funny. A third. All right. So another stock.
Also,
Oh,
this is kind of like the Diderot effect on reverse. So when Diderot famously bought or was gifted a very nice robe that was purple and whatever by an aristocrat, then he didn't fit in with the rest of his house that was very poor looking and meager and whatever, and he bought a lot of stuff to kind of harmonize with his very sumptuous and garishly looking coat. And this is the opposite. So
in
something
reverse.
it's something, a finery in a house that's kind of like all rough around the edges, it just would look ridiculous and out of place and disharmonious.
And there's another Hindu principle here because you keep correctly bringing us back to the Indus Valley, right? Minimal necessary force. So Lycurgus doesn't say you shall have plain bedspreads and you shall have plain
Yeah,
thing. He just make the houses that way. All I have to do is write a law saying the houses have to be this built this way and the rest will follow. I don't need to make 1,000 laws about because then the focus is wrong anyway, right? He's looking at shaping their characters. He's not saying, "Oh, I've got to be concerned with this, and this." You make too many laws and people find another way to express their luxury. Well, I'm going to have gnomes on my front yard and those will be very ornamented. It's like, no, no, no. Stop. The house has got to be plain. You figure out the rest. And he didn't have to write 1,000 other laws, which would have got you thinking in the wrong direction anyway. So there's a subtlety of his influence that makes it more powerful. Another self-restraining of the legislation that makes it
yeah.
more effective.
But it's because the laws aren't isolated from the rest of society. The laws are intermingled and kind of locked with culture.
His laws,
Everyone by hearing this law
because he knows they are laws.
orally, they know that they should make fun of and ridicule
Yes,
anyone who tries to game the system or uh, pervert what is meant by have a bare bones
that's
house,
right.
the essentials. And if they if they get out of the norm, they will be ridiculed into oblivion. And no
Why?
more laws are needed because
Why?
people will just enforce the laws by themselves. Everyone is kind
Because
of socially, culturally raised to police themselves and police each other in their immediate surroundings.
yeah, This point you just made, we should write it in text and put it over here. Lycurgus is after their characters. Okay. He's shaping their characters. He doesn't have to write 1,000 laws to make them act a certain way. He writes a couple of laws that just gently push them towards what they're naturally inclined now that they've got the music to drive them in that direction, and the rest can take care of itself. And like you said, it's self-reinforcing. They're characters. He's not trying to control every detail. He's saying, if they were like this, everything would be harmonious. Let me do what I have to do to just take away the distractions and the things, and with the minimal necessary force so that they can be more like their natural character. It's astonishing. All right, so now we get to the third. We've only seen 3 stanzas. A third stanza that we'll look at, a retra, a poem that he made for them to follow, that they should not make war often or long with the same enemy, lest that they should train and instruct them in war, right? If we keep fighting this group, they're going to learn how to fight us back. So we don't fight often the same group and we don't fight them for long by habituating them to defend themselves. And this is what Agesilaus was much blamed for a long time after, in it being thought that by his continual incursions into Boeotia, he made the Thebans a match for the Lacedaemonians, and therefore Antalcidas, seeing him wounded one day, said to him that he was very well paid for taking such pains to make the Thebans good soldiers, whether they would or no. These laws were called the retras, to intimidate, I'm sorry, to intimate that they were divine sanctions and revelations. Okay, he's really playing with the mythopoetic. He's not saying these are the regulations. He's saying, I'm going to say something that changes the way you think about the world and gives you some wisdom. And it's just a thin layer above the poetry that I had Thales come in and start making you focus on, which is the archetypes Roger was pointing out of resonating with divine patterns. Okay.
There's a contemporary example of this going wrong. I thought that the Russians, by continually invading other countries, not just Ukraine, but Ukraine as well, for such a prolonged time, inevitably Ukraine will just figure out how the Russians fight to a precise point, that they can even automate drones, land drones, air drones, whatever, to do the fighting for them, and they will be effective. And besides this, the obvious cost of war that Sun Tzu says, that war should be short, echoing this wisdom by Lycurgus as well. If you make prolonged war, it's costly as well, and you end up teaching your foe, your adversary. So it really, the war should be short,
War is
effective,
their enemy.
to the point. Just accomplish the objective. If preferably with one blitzkrieg attack one night, just that, just
The Spartans
do
were
it.
quite good at it,
Just
right?
get
We're
it
going to
done.
see just how good they were at terrifying their enemies, which is why they didn't have to fight so many wars. War is their enemy. For Lycurgus, this wise man who wants order and things harmonious and flourishing, war is not what he wants. War is the enemy. So what do? We be really, really good at war, and we don't even give people the gift of fighting us, because then they might learn something. And if they insist, we end them quickly and it's over, because we want the littlest amount of war possible. So are the Spartans warlike? Not because they loved being in war, not because they were like, "Hey, great, another campaign. Let's go and get some blood." They were like, "We gotta do what we gotta do to cut this out as much as possible." In order to the good education of their youth, which, as I said before, he thought the most important and noblest work of a lawgiver. So his idea of what a lawgiver is a little bit different and probably better. And we've been seeing that. Okay. He went so far back as to take into consideration their very conception and birth. We're going to have laws about things like meals. We're going to have laws about who gets to fuck who to make babies too. Excuse my language. So let's get into it. By regulating their marriages. For Aristotle is wrong in saying that after he had tried always to reduce the women to more modesty and sobriety, he was at last forced to leave them as they were, because that, in the absence of their husbands, who spent the best part of their lives in the wars, their wives, whom they were obliged to leave absolute mistresses at home, took great liberties and assumed the superiority. That was what it looked like from Sparta. I mean, that's what it looked like from Athens looking in at Sparta, but that's not the real story. So let's get the real story. And were treated with overmuch respect and called by the title of lady or queen. So the other Spartans were very misogynistic, and the women would even make fun of the women. I mean, the other Greeks were very misogynistic, and the women from other Greek city states would make fun of the Spartan women, saying things like, "How come in Sparta the men listen to their wives?" And the Spartan woman, who is well educated, responds, "Because only in Sparta do the women bear real men." And so there's these little rap battles going on between people. But let's see how he managed to pull this off.
Yeah, the Athenians were exceptionally misogynistic.
You know, women are a problem. They're solved in different ways, but the Spartans seem to have solutions that are just out of this world better than what other people are up to. Let's see. The truth is, he took in their case also all the care that was possible. He ordered the maidens to exercise themselves with wrestling, running, throwing, the quoit, and casting the dart, to the end that the fruit that they conceived might be strong and healthy bodies, take firmer root and find better growth, and withal that they, with this greater vigor, might be more able to undergo the pains of childbearing. All right? We're going to make sure the ladies are healthy, that they can stand up for themselves and that they're really fit and they can handle childbirth and that they're giving birth to good kids.
Yeah, the mortality risk of childbirth was very high for both women and their baby.
Mm.
So this was an incredible pro move, basically, by Lycurgus to
Yeah.
ensure that they are as healthy as possible, as prepared as possible for childbirth, because
Once again,
yeah, medical technology of that time was not for the faint of heart in obstetrics or midwifery.
sure. Once again, Lycurgus is seeing hundreds of years into the future. He's looking for solutions that are better than anybody else is thinking about and caring about the things that really matter. And they're simple things that you can just adjust slightly and focus the individuals on, and then everything takes care of itself. And to the end, he might take away their over great tenderness and the fear of exposure to the air and all acquired womanishness. He thinks it's culturally acquired. He ordered that the young women should go naked in the procession as well as the young men and dance too in that condition at certain solemn feasts, singing certain songs, whilst the young men stood around seeing and hearing them. So they're all going to exercise like they're the men. All the men go and exercise naked. The women are going to be a part of these ceremonial processions and also be naked in public. On the
This also has a very important psychological effect. So the men are since tender age, since probably childhood and teenage years or whatever, they are used to seeing a lot of naked women in these processions. So it's
yeah,
not a big deal. They've seen boobs. They have seen every part of female anatomy. So
we're gonna
they aren't kind of by reverse psychology fetishizing parts of the female body
we're gonna
that is so
discover.
that is
Yeah,
so it's so prevalent today. Like
that's right.
there's the boob guy, there's the ass guy, there's
Right.
whatever the fit guy, even, these are, in my opinion, these are psychoses, and they
Sure.
distract men from what truly matters in a relationship, which is, if
Oh,
if you if you marry a woman just for her body, you might be marrying someone that will screw your financial life, or will be a
or your
narcissist, or
spiritual life.
yeah, or spiritual life, or whatever.
So we're gonna
Yeah,
find that the Spartans basically, even when they were married, they spent most of the time with the members of their same sex and would like sort of sneak away to have sex with their wife like once in a while and then come back really quickly. Like he's kind of they're all in the same thing, but he's gonna kind of keep the sexual thing. It it, it's gonna be quite interesting how he accomplishes this, and it's gonna look very different from what we've seen. Okay, that's yeah. He notices there could be some problems in that, right? Like, I don't have a prettier house, but I have a prettier wife. Like, okay, we're gonna kind of cut this out in some ways. So let's see what he does. It's gonna be pretty dramatic. On these occasions, they now and then made by jests a befitting reflection upon those who had misbehaved themselves in the wars. So the women are allowed to mock the men while they're naked, and the men who barely ever even see their wives naked are seeing these other Spartan warriors from the female side of everything are going to come out and be able to like devastatingly insult men who didn't fight too well in the battle. It's possibly using using the gifts of both sexes to the greatest possible effect, maybe. Okay, and sang encomiums upon those who had done any gallant action. Okay, now we got something to fight for glory and honor. What's that Mulan song from Disney? What are we fighting for? And by these means inspired the younger sort with an emulation of their glory. Those that were thus commended went away proud, elated, and gratified with their honor among the maidens, and those who were rallied were as sensibly touched with it as if they had been formally reprimanded. Okay, so what are we going to do? Have the general beat up the guy who doesn't do a good job? No, wait till you come back. Everybody's fighting as one. Get the job done. But when you come back, the ladies are going to make fun of you. It's not going to be a good day for you. All right, and they're pretty tough. And it's not like they're these little ladies that are hiding out. These are the tough gals of the city. So it's gonna be a rough day for you, buddy. You're gonna have some jokes at the dinner table at your expense. You're on mute.
It's also worthwhile to mention the meaning of the word encomium, which is to sing in praise.
Mm.
Yeah, basically the women would get a report probably by the
Yeah,
officers or something like that of who fought valiantly and who fought
people
mediocrely.
gonna talk.
Yeah, and they would give encomiums to the guys who had good performance in war,
Yeah.
and they would they would
Didn't
probably
drop his shield
satirize.
or leave his buddy aside, but
Yeah,
rescued all and won and fight. The great and they sing to whoever he is, and then to make fun to make fun of that. Oh, you got a
yeah.
little scared, huh? I mean, it's not good.
It's
Okay,
like
and
it's like
so
the women were in social influencers, social media influencers, but in a good way, in a way that helps the most excellent become even more excellent,
yep,
and those who are
all
mediocre to strive to get ahead.
and we're gonna find out as we keep reading that the education these women get make them pretty tough broads. These gals can have some sharp tongues and very witty comments that they can make, and they're pretty tough when it comes to. I mean, people have mostly heard the stories, but mothers saying to their sons, "You come back dead, or you come back carrying your shield." If you throw your shield down and run away, and your brothers have to fight without you because you're a coward, don't come home. Don't come home. You carry your shield home, or you be dead upon it. And that's a mother talking to her son. So all right, so let's see how this works. And so much the more because the kings and the elders, as well as the rest of the city, saw and heard all that passed. Nor was there anything shameful in this nakedness of the young women. Modesty attended them, and all wantonness was excluded. Okay, so there's nothing sensual or sexual about what's going on in these ceremonies. It's the culture is being structured in a way where that's just not one of the elements of what's happening, right? So a young man might want the young ladies to praise him and be heard from the other men who he cares about their opinion, that they're songs of praise, and there might be a biological dimension to that, but none of this is, hey, you get access to the ladies because you fought really well. Like it's not a reduction to anything like that. Okay, it taught them simplicity and care for good health, and gave them some taste of higher feelings, admitted that they thus were to the field of noble action and glory. So they're not second class citizens. The men have to fight and exercise naked, and they have to be ready to go to war and face difficulty. The women have to risk death by childbirth. That's their war. Okay, but that's on equal playing field, and it's understood by both sides. Like we each have a deadly burden to bear to do this thing, and it's not like ours is greater than yours or vice versa. Okay. Admitted that they were in the field of noble action and glory. Hence, it was natural for them to think and speak as Gorgo, for example, the wife of Leonidas, is said to have done when some foreign lady, okay, here we go, as it would seem, told her that the women of Lacedaemon were the only women in the world who could rule over men. With good reason, she said, for we are the only women who bring forth real men. These public processions of the maidens and their appearing naked in their exercises and dancings were incitements to marriage, as you would expect, operating upon the young with the rigor and certainty, as Plato says, of love, if not of mathematics. But besides all this, to promote it yet more effectually, those who continued bachelors were in a degree disenfranchised by law. Okay. So he's saying, look, obviously one of the things that's going to happen here is you're going to start thinking, hey, these ladies are kind of cool, and that's good. But also, if you're not going to help the state out by reproducing, there's going to be a little bit of a cost to that. So let's make sure you're on board with the ladies. All right, for they were excluded from the sight those public processions in which the young men and maidens danced naked, and in wintertime the officers compelled them to march naked themselves round the marketplace, singing as they went a certain song of their own disgrace, that they justly suffered this punishment for disobeying the laws. Okay, you kind of got to get married not to be a second class citizen. You're not a second class citizen if you're a woman. You're not a second class citizen if you're a man. You're a second class citizen if you're not in married. And you're not allowed to come be a part of the big party because you're not a part of the big party. You haven't done the work of making some more Lacedaemonians, and that's sort of what the state's about here. Okay.
So
Moreover,
this in Homeric terms is favoring a lifestyle more like Hector and less like Achilles, which
yeah,
is be a good family man, be a good father, or be a good family woman, be a good mother, be an excellent family person. Basically, this is the kind of direction in which this whole contrivance is pulling towards, and it's really good. And at the same time, it's disheartening because it is the diametrically opposite of the direction in which our societies today are going. So bachelors everywhere,
yeah,
the people aren't people, they're living lifestyles that even us today would consider kind of shameful. And for the Spartans, they would just, you know they are outrageously shameful. People remaining bachelors and childless into their late 40s, whatever. This is not going, it's not going well.
yeah. Now they weren't executed. They were still a part of the society, but they had to like. I can imagine a few wise bachelors, like the very rare few who are sort of supposed to live a very stoical life. I bet the songs they had to sing didn't really punish them that much. But yeah, if you were out there and you weren't doing well enough to get a lady to reproduce with you and you weren't married and caring about kids and all of that sort of thing, we're going to mock you till you get your shit together. That's
Yeah,
basically the solution.
maybe these are outliers who have a different set of priorities, so to
Yeah,
speak.
a few probably. But like you said, like Kyrgyz is saying, yeah, but most of them just march them around and make them sing
Yeah,
a song about how they still haven't had a
or
kid.
so it's kind of like a reverse pride parade. So these people, maybe they were not in, they were not interested in women because maybe they had some kind of sexual deviancy. So
Sure.
it's not a pride parade, it's a shame parade.
It's a shame parade. Oh my god, that's so funny. That's exactly what it is. That's exactly what it is. It's a gay shame parade. That's all right. All right. We need to get Milo on the phone and have him organize a gay shame parade or something. Like that's pretty fucking good. I think he did a straight pride parade, but if only he had been bolder. As if we need Milo to be bolder. We have a gay shame parade in history. That's pretty good. Moreover, they were denied with that respect and observance which the younger men paid to the elder. Okay, so this is something that we're just going to pause on right now. We haven't gotten through it all yet, but what you're going to see that gets shaped here is that children are held in common, wives and husbands are held in common. If you're of generation Z, that comes right after X, right? It's millennial, boomer, it's boomer, millennial, X, Z, alpha. Is that how it goes? You're on
Yeah,
mute.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
Okay.
it's pretty
If
much
you're
like
in
that.
generation Z, you think of all the men in generation X as dad because he actually worked it out so that you wouldn't really know who your father was. So everybody in the generation above thinks of all of the children as maybe their child. And all of the kids think of all of the people the level above as maybe their parent. And he's saying, except if they're not married. So they lose out on that authority of being dad or mom from the next generation and the respect you would naturally get from that if you're not married. Well, you're definitely not my dad because you ain't doing that. Okay, so that's how this works out. Okay. And no man, for example, found fault with what was said to Dercyllidas, though so eminent a commander, upon whose approach one day a young man, instead of rising, retained his seat, remarking, "No child of yours will make room for me." Okay. So even if you're a pretty eminent commander, the kids don't really have to show you that much respect because you walked into a room. I'm not standing up because there's there's no child of yours to make room for me. Interesting. In their marriages, the husband carried off his bride by a sort of force, nor were their brides ever small and of tender years, but in their full bloom and ripeness. After this, she who superintended the wedding comes and clips the hair of the bride close round her head, dresses her up in men's clothes, and leaves her upon a mattress in the dark. Afterwards comes the bridegroom in his everyday clothes, sober and composed, as having supped at the common table. Okay, they basically are still forced on their wedding night to spend all their time with the fellas in the barracks, and they kind of have to sneak away just to have a marriage. And entering privately into the room where the bride lies, unties her virgin zone and takes her to himself. And after staying some time together, he returns composedly to his own apartment to sleep as usual with the other young men. And so he continues to do, spending his days, indeed his nights, with them, visiting his bride in fear and shame and with circumspection when he thought he should not be observed. She also, on her part, using her wit to help and find favorable opportunities for their meeting when company was out of the way. In this manner, they lived a long time, insomuch as they sometimes had children by their wives before ever they saw their faces by daylight. Okay. So these chicks are like, I kind of like that guy. The guy's like, I kind of like that girl, but they don't really spend a lot of time talking about it. And then when they finally get the marriage arranged and stuff, it's like, all right, hey, we've been having a good time at this meal. I kind of got to go. I got some, see a man about a dog. Oh, we know where you're going. Nah, I'll be right back. It's like, what? That's your wedding night. Your wedding night is like, guys, no, seriously, I'll be right back. It's not that big a deal. It's, oh, yeah, 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 sure. And like, it's like, and the lady's got to be like, maybe if the company was gone on this day, perhaps there'd be a time where he could come and we could do our little hanky panky. But it's like the whole society is like, you have to do this, but you have to do it. And we're not focusing on it like it's like the sexual part, you got to kind of sort it out.
But
Okay.
in these circumstances, extremely limiting and challenging circumstances for the two to meet, the romance probably was above the roof, because they had these special moments together by kind of going against their circles, their groups of friends.
Yeah.
So yeah,
You had to
it was,
prioritize that.
if it was rare, it was special. So
Yeah.
probably they would kind of, it
Oh,
would
yeah.
facilitate them to get along with these rare special moments that they had.
I mean, what do women complain most about? He won't leave the house. Like you
Yeah,
gotta have to be away from each other a lot of a good special moment. And it's probably better. It's probably better for both genders
yeah.
to
By
fine.
my
Absence
personal
makes the heart
experience, by my
grow fond.
personal experience, when there are more arguments and whatever, is when I'm on vacation, basically, when I'm around more of the time. So yeah,
Oh, I
that's
see.
part.
On
And you
vacation by
see,
being around.
so yeah,
Yeah, okay, fine. So it's like get out of here so I can want you. Get out of here so I can like you.
yeah.
And also, yeah, it becomes way more special. Absolutely. I imagine that's probably more than it's probably the case to a strong degree. Okay, their interviews, being thus difficult and rare, served not only for continual exercise of their self control, but brought them together with their bodies healthy and vigorous. They're not overdoing it. And their affections fresh and lively. Like, oh boy, I finally get to spend some time with you. This is going to be some good sex. Unsated and undulled by easy access and long continuance with each other. All right, he's valuing me. She's valuing me. Like this is way better than yeah, once again, is it Wednesday? Screw this. Well, so go away, go hunting, go shooting, do some stuff with the fellas and get the hell away. And then really, really long for a time when you can make it happen by prioritizing other things, and then you guys are going to be a lot happier. That's what Lycurgus thinks. Okay, while their partings were always early enough to leave behind unextinguished in each of them some remaining fire of longing and mutual delight. Ah, all those kisses. I want to kiss you one more time. I got to go. That sounds pretty good. After guarding marriage with this modesty and reserve, he was equally careful to banish empty and womanish jealousy. For this object, all right, so he sees another thing to get rid of. Let's see. Excluding all licentious disorders, he made it nevertheless honorable for men to give the use of their wives to those whom they should think fit. All right, we have an interesting version of something going on here. So here's what would happen: husband and wife, they're getting together. They're just going to talk, right? Maybe they've been married for a couple of years, and the wife could say, "Hey, husband, Frank across the street, he is really fit. I kind of feel like he'd make a real healthy baby. What do you think?" And he'd be like, "Yeah, you know what? Lacedaemania could use another kid like that. I bet he would make a pretty healthy baby." And then they would just make a plan for like a one night thing where they can try to get pregnant that way, basically. Okay. That so they might have children by then. Okay. So it's the conversation's always like, hey, I think these two would make a good pairing to make a good kid. And everybody's like, fuck yeah, it wasn't dishonorable somehow. Ridiculing those in whose opinion such favors are so unfit for participation as to fight and shed blood and go to war about it. Lycurgus allowed a man who was advanced in years and had a young wife to recommend some virtuous and approved young man that she might have a child by him. Okay, so it's not like the young guys are renting out their wives. Okay, there's something a little bit cucky and weird and creepy about that. But if you're older and you have a younger wife, you can sort of be like, look, I don't want to do this every night anyway, that kind of a thing. And it's like, yeah, this is good for the state. Let's make a baby out of this. And so that was allowed in the laws. That was prescribed. Who might inherit the good qualities of the father and be a son to himself. So that would sort of be his son. On the other side, an honest man who had love for a married woman upon account of her modesty and well favoredness of her children might, without formality, beg her company of her husband, that he might raise, as it were, from this plot of good ground, worthy and well allied children for himself. Okay. I'm looking for a kid. I'm not married. Your wife's pretty well respected and really honorable and gorgeous. And people are like, she's going to make some healthy babies. I'm wondering, and it's probably within the 15. I don't imagine, but maybe you go to anybody else. They're having a conversation between the men saying, like, yo, I think this would be a good idea for the state if we had a kid. What do you think? And it's not like they have long going on affairs. It's just for the kid thing. Okay, and indeed, Lycurgus was of a persuasion that children were not so much the property of their parents as the whole commonwealth. And so this is how you get that generational everybody's my dad, everybody's my kid type of
Yeah,
thing.
anyway, you always need an entire village to raise a kid, so this makes perfect sense. Yeah, you need, for
Yeah.
instance, in terms of male role models, you if you'd only have the father, that it's not
Yep.
enough. You need the father, you need a martial arts trainer, you need a teacher in philosophy, mathematics, whatever, all these kinds of role models, so this makes sense.
Okay. I am going to put this on a fifth, probably a 5 minute break. Okay. And we'll be right back. Okay, testing, testing. Are we here?
Okay, so
All right,
you
let's read through.
we're back. Go
We're,
go ahead, man.
we're back, baby. Okay. We're not so much the property of their parents, but as of the whole commonwealth, and therefore would not have his citizen be got by the first comers, but by the best men that could be found. Again, remember Plato's Republic. We're going to have a lottery. We're going to have figure out who would be the best to reproduce. The laws of other nations seem to him very absurd and inconsistent, where people would be so solicitous for their dogs and horses as to exert interest and to pay money to produce fine breeding. Yet they kept their wives shut up to be made mothers only by themselves, who might be foolish, infirm, or diseased, as if it were not apparent that children of a bad breed would prove their bad qualities first upon those who kept and were rearing them, and well born children in like manner their good qualities. Okay, so notice that when a man goes to another man and says, "Hey, I want to have a kid with your wife," it's my kid. Okay. So the incentive is I'm trying to make a healthy kid. I'm trying to have, and he says, look, you all care about which dogs get to reproduce because you don't want to have a bunch of sickly dogs around. Why shouldn't we think of the human reproduction that way too? All right. Let's see what happens with this. If we're not apparent that the children of bad breeding is good. These regulations, founded on natural and social grounds, were certainly so far from the scandalous liberty which was afterwards charged upon their women, that they knew not what adultery meant. It's the opposite of what you might imagine. It was told, for instance, of Garadas, a very ancient Spartan, that being asked by a stranger what punishment their law had appointed for adulterers, he said, "There are no adulterers in our country." But replied the stranger, "Suppose there were." "Then," answered he, "the offender would have to give the plaintiff a bull with a neck so long as he might drink from the top of Taygetus of the Eurotas river below it." The man, surprised at this, said, "Why, 'tis impossible to find such a bull." Geratus smilingly replied, "'Tis as possible to find an adulterer in Sparta." So much I had to say of their marriages. Okay, so these husbands and wives barely ever get to see each other. They're longing to have sex very badly. They're always full of more longing when they leave. They're not cheating on each other, but they do have child productive common marriage. And that makes each generation think of sort of everybody above them as their parent in a sense. Nor was
This
it in
is
the power.
this is really important because um, it is a mechanism in which genetic diseases can be rooted out. So if a friend
Or
of yours, you know that he is a hemophiliac and he has a bleeding
Yep,
disorder, besides he would probably be really easily killed on the battlefield, or even doing some
he'll have
crafts
a strong
thing.
son.
Yeah, he will probably not be accepted to produce a child by someone else's wife. They will really only accept for, for this kind of breeding kind of protocol, really healthy
Right. That's what the whole
companion.
discussion's about. But also imagine a man who does get married and then gets sick.
Yeah,
Okay. He can still have a strong son. Right. He can still work, things can be worked out.
but by a
Now,
friend of his from his, group of 15, and probably they developed very high trust with these 15 guys. They were with them way more than
and
with their
the way the
wives.
rules went, it wasn't, "Hey, yeah, you can have my wife whenever you want." It was, "We've worked something out on this night, something's happening, it's not happening any other time." So it wasn't like, "Hey, my wife is yours now," or anything like
Yeah.
that. It was very much, "We're talking about a child, how we're gonna make a child. We've all decided these 2 people would make a healthy, good, strong Lacedaemonian. Let's get to it." And, so that was how that structured. It was a breeding project is really what it was. Alright. "Nor was it in the power of the father to dispose of the child as he thought fit. He was obliged to carry it before certain triers at a place called Lesche. These were some of the elders of the tribe to which the child belonged. Their business it was carefully to view the infant, and if they found it stout and well made, they gave order for its rearing and allotted to it one of the 9,000 shares of land above mentioned for its maintenance. Congratulations, you've just inherited the same thing everybody else has, and you're an infant. But if they found it puny and ill shaped, ordered it to be taken to what was called the apothatai, a sort of chasm under Tagitus, as thinking it neither for the good of the child itself nor for the public interest that it should be brought up, if it did not, from the very outset, appear made to be healthy and vigorous. Upon the same account, the women did not bathe the newborn children with water, as is the custom in all other countries, but with wine to prove the temper and complexion of their bodies, from a notion they had that epileptic and weakly children faint and waste away upon their being bathed, while, on the contrary, those of a strong and vigorous habit acquire firmness and get a temper by it like steel. So they're like sandpapering, toughening up their kids right from the start. And those are the mothers, right? Hey, I'm going to wash this kid in wine and see if it survives. If it does, we got a good one here. There was much care and art too There was much care and art also used by the nurses. They had no swaddling bands. The children grew up free and unconstrained in limb and form, and not dainty and fanciful about their food, not afraid in the dark or of being left alone, and without peevishness or ill humor or crying. Upon this account, Spartan nurses were often brought up or hired by people of other countries, and it is recorded that she who suckled Alcibiades was a Spartan. Ooh, yeah, interesting. And who, however, if fortunate in his nurse, was not so in his preceptor, his guardian, Pericles, as Plato tells us, chose a servant for that office called Sopyrus, no better than any common slave. Okay. So we got past the making of
The,
babies. Now we're
yeah,
starting the rearing of babies.
this making of babies passages, it seems to suggest that Plato wasn't theorizing. Plato was actually rendering a faithful description of this in his
He was
Republic.
describing Sparta to the Athenians directly, and that was very offensive. So, yeah, Socrates was, in the mouth of Socrates, the character, Socrates was basically saying, if we were doing things right, we'd do it like this. And they're like, you mean our mortal enemies that we're always at war with and we hate and we want to be different from? It sounds like the wisest idea. I mean, I'm just thinking like this law makes sense. And this law, he's got Lycurgus here. And this is, yeah. So hint on the whole Plato Republic thing. Lycurgus was of another mind. He would not have masters bought out of the market for his young Spartans, nor such as should sell their pains. Nor was it lawful indeed for the father himself to breed up the children after his own fancy. But as soon as they were 7 years old, okay, so the parents are just like you build your house according to the laws, but there's not many, and then you furnish it in a way that makes sense. You figure out who's going to be fucking and making kids, but the overseers are kind of like, there's a project here. And then you raise them with sort of that attitude, the Spartan sandpaper attitude. And then when they're 7, they're not really yours anymore. That's when they start eating at a barracks with 15 of their friends. Okay. They were to be enrolled in certain companies and classes where they all lived under the same order and discipline, doing their exercises and taking their play together. Of these, who showed the most conduct and courage was made captain. Okay. They had their eyes always upon them, obeyed his orders, and underwent patiently whatever punishment he inflicted, so that the whole course of their education was one continued exercise of a ready and perfect obedience. He's got little army troops of 7-year-olds who are sort of working out amongst them who's the guy that's we're going to follow. And then they just sort of that guy's rule is law for that group underneath the oversight of the elders. The old men, too, were spectators of their performances and often raised quarrels and disputes amongst them. So you see this in a lot of cultures today. This is going to sound strange to some people, but there's a lot of cultures where this is how you're brought up. And basically, life's tough. There's going to be fights and you got to be able to handle it. So what they do is in some Muslim cultures, when you're 3 or 4, adults will surround a couple of 3 or 4 year olds and sort of encourage them to insult each other and then act like it's a big deal and then say, what are you going to do about that, until they start fighting, just to sort of get them into the whole I fight if you insult me kind of attitude. And that's one of the features of this. The old men are going to start getting the kids to fight under their supervision so that they can sort of work out how to work things out like that. Okay.
Yeah, but this is maybe even more refined and healthy than this Muslim kind of thing, because this Muslim practice might actually build snowflakes that
It's a bit
react.
sadistic, I think, in the
Yeah,
Muslim
they,
culture.
they always might react violently to even the slightest provocation or
You see
insult.
that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but this is different. This is not all conflicts should be considered pathological or
No,
unhealthy.
this is with
Conflicts
oversight.
conflicts between children more or less of the same age are actually excellent opportunities for character growth.
There's
So if
oversight.
yeah,
They're being supervised, and it's about their
yeah,
character.
if there is only one ball and the two children want the ball and one is pulling the ball, the other is pulling the ball, and they're almost coming to blows, well, there is there are two possibilities: one wins over the other, or vice versa, or they kind of settle their disagreements and both play with the ball. So,
Yeah.
and you kind of need to raise in social consciousness to even to make
It
even these
it's a heck of a
stupid.
lot better than coddling them and saying you're never allowed to
Yeah,
fight and mommy's
yeah,
coming in to protect you all from doing that. So it's supervised, uh, age appropriate development of conflict resolution perhaps, and
yeah,
it does
yeah,
seem sophisticated. I don't disagree with that. But it's, the weird part is they're trying to make them fight when they don't even feel like fighting. So these adults are coming around and making them have quarrels and disputes just so that they can sort of have maybe
yeah.
a comical
But
boxing match because they're not really upset at each other. And so maybe that's also a sophisticated way of doing it where it's like we're pretending that we're fighting, but it is adults making 9-year-olds fight. So I don't know.
yeah, but still they are they are kind of supervising everything, so we don't know how they are starting the quarrels, kind of like maybe talking with child A and saying, oh, look at that guy, he looks kind of weird, go tell it to him. So it could be like this, or
I
they
think
could be,
that's
yeah, or they could be like putting something there that's coveted by them all. It's just one thing,
okay.
so
It could
they're
be,
going
yeah,
to.
yeah. It could be
So
like a competition.
we don't know how they would create these opportunities for conflicts to emerge.
Good point.
Yeah, but probably, and this makes a lot of sense. I even attended a
Sure.
workshop about conflicts in children, and they say that one of the worst things that you can do is to intervene
Disrupt.
too
Yeah,
much, to
intervene. Yeah.
disrupt, to end the conflict, or even avoid
Well,
conflicts. It's unhealthy. And if children are raised throughout infancy and never have conflicts, they will grow stunted. They will grow socially stunted, and that's something that the Spartans are addressing here.
yeah, I think the idea is something like we have formalized boxing matches and we're training the kids in sport is but
Yeah,
the sport is fighting, but
and not just boxing, but rap battles even as well.
yeah. So so quarrels and disputes, they're getting them to get into a fight, but we don't exactly know how they did it, but we know why they did it. They did it so the elders could get a good opportunity of finding out their different characters.
Yeah,
Oh, this one's brave. This one gets himself back up again. This one runs away and cries. Like, okay. And of seeing which would be valiant and which a coward when they should come to more dangerous encounters, right? They know that life is dangerous and we got to know, who to put where and what to rely upon when we have to fight enemies. Reading and writing they gave them just enough to serve their turn. Their chief care was to make them good subjects and to teach them to endure pain and conquer in battle. To this end, they grew in years. Their discipline was proportionately increased. Their heads were close clipped. They were accustomed to go barefoot and for the most part to play naked. Okay? They're just army kids. Like they shave their heads, make them run around, throw rocks at each other, whatever. They're going to learn how to get along in these little barracks together. After they were 12 years old, they were no so that's from 7 to 12. Then they were no longer allowed to wear any undergarments after 12. They had one coat to serve them a year. Their bodies were hard and dry, but with but little acquaintance of baths and unguents. These human All right, so what are they doing? They're making them live as if they're on a long campaign, right? If you've got like the biggest deal of marching an army somewhere is bringing all the kitchen so you can cook for everybody. Well, what are we going to do? Well, we're going to train our kids how to find food, how to steal food, how to wear one coat and sleep in it, whether it's hot or cold out, and just sort of know how to live like you've got to live when you need to go face an army. So their bodies were
yeah.
hard and dry.
Even Sun Tzu said this: if you go into enemy territory, forage on the enemy. This
For
is,
yeah.
yeah, just is
So there's
just
a famous
brilliant.
story. I told some stories that were in this passage, but I don't think this one's in here. Maybe it is. I'll tell it briefly in case. So one of the ways is that they would give the children less food than they really needed. And this way, the kids would learn how to steal food. But it's illegal to steal, and it's very shameful to steal. So they would punish the children very badly if they were caught stealing. But they would basically be rewarding them for being clever enough to not get caught stealing. Because if you're out in a foreign land and you're living in the woods and you have a little tent and you're on an army and you've got to get food, you got to figure out how to sneak in, steal food from the enemy, and get out and get your meal. And so they're basically forcing the 12-year-olds to learn those skills now. And there's a famous story of a young boy who caught a fox, and he stole the fox and he put the fox underneath his robe, and the elders caught him and they told him, "We think you stole a fox." He goes, "I didn't steal a fox." They said, "We think you stole a fox." "I didn't steal a fox." And the boy stood there staunchly, not making facial expressions while the fox tore through his stomach because he wouldn't confess to having stolen the fox and being ashamed of getting caught stealing rather than be ashamed of stealing. So these were tough kids. Okay. Their bodies were hard and dry. Little when you're on campaign, you don't get to bathe, so they're learning how to live like that. These human indulgences, they were allowed only on some few particular days in the year. They lodged together in little bands upon beds made of the rushes which grew by the banks of the river Eurotas, which they were to break off with their hands without a knife. If it were winter, they mingled some thistle down with their rushes, which it was thought had the property of giving warmth. By the time they were come to this age, there were not any of the more hopeful boys who had not a lover to bear him company. The old men too had an eye upon them, coming often to the grounds to hear and see them contend either in wit or strength with one another, and this as seriously and with as much concern as if they were their fathers, their tutors, or their magistrates, so that there scarcely was any time or place without someone present to put them in mind of their duty and punish them if they had neglected it. Okay? These are soldiers. You can have a socialist society if everybody's a
Yeah,
soldier.
attention. When they use the word lover there, I'm not sure if they're translating from the Greek philia, which is kind of like a true friend. So
No,
it's
I think they're having sex with each other, the boys.
or it means that, but it's if it's not explicitly said here that they actually do have sex with each other,
It would be explicit
then
if we had the translation. I mean, if we had the
yeah,
original, it would
yeah,
be explicit. I believe they're talking about 12-year-olds having sex with other 12-year-olds.
yeah,
Because they're hopeful, right? So, like, they've gotta be able to get a lover, but the ones who are I think that's what they're talking about. Now, the old men have an eye upon them also, but not in a sexual way. The old men are looking at them to see which ones are stronger, which ones are wittier, and to treat them like fathers and tutors and magistrates. But I believe this sentence is saying that, they formed sexual bonds with each other.
yeah. But
So
it's
that
it's
they're
it's 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 complicated because in ancient Greek there are several words for love.
Yes,
And some of them mean kind of like fraternal love,
of course. But
friendly love,
that's why
and,
it's not
and it
complicated.
and it has no erotic or sexual connotation. So
Of course, yes. There's agape and philia and
yeah,
eros.
Plutarch says here very explicitly how they have sexual relations with the women.
Yeah,
But if there are also normalized sexual relationship with the men, and he doesn't mention them explicitly, then we never know for sure.
yeah. But the point is the distinction of the words makes it not complicated. We could just look at the original and we would know what love he
Yeah,
was talking about.
yeah, yeah.
And I do believe it's the eros love, but I don't know. It might not be. We'll have to look it up.
Yeah,
All right.
because one of the things that are a critique of reinterpretation of the classics is that everything is gay and everyone is having gay
Yeah,
sex and whatever.
this isn't
Achilles was
gay.
having gay sex with Patroclus. Alcibiades was wanting to have gay sex with Socrates wanted Charmides and whatever, every little kid that
Yeah.
moved.
There's a bunch of
Yeah,
nonsense by revisionists who
exactly. Is this us projecting our, kind of like accepting homosexual movements since the 70s,
well, the thing is, I
and
don't
gay
think it was
parades?
anything like that type of homosexuality.
Yeah,
So, it's possible if you imagine these groups of 15 older men, like, they kinda grew up in this situation and maybe
maybe there was pederasty, basically. Yeah,
there was pederasty, but also maybe they're just kind of fucking around with each other, like, in their age group, because 'cause they're kept I mean, this is not saying older men with younger boys, it's saying 12-year-olds finding lovers, and I think it's other 12-year-olds, I
yeah,
think. But maybe not.
yeah.
Maybe
Because there's also
they're probably
there's
talking about slightly older men,
yeah,
actually, because the old men would be distinguished from the slightly older men. So, yeah,
yeah.
probably
But
it's
there's also this emphasis on
you froze. Hello? You froze. Shit.
be honest with each other.
Hold on, you
It's
froze.
probably it's probably the connection just reset or something like that.
Okay, say what you're gonna say.
What Yeah, what I was saying is, let's see if I remember, if I can get the train of thought again. Um, so if there's such an emphasis on true friendships, on these really good relationships in groups of 15, without explicitly mentioning they were, engaging
Yes.
in sexual relationships, they were, and all this emphasis on character and virtue, and so they were friends, not of the body, but of the soul. So I'm not sure if they were actually, normalizing sexual relationships.
I
At
don't
least
think
it
it was
doesn't.
common. Yeah.
At least it doesn't seem like that unless they mention it explicitly. So I'm kind of leaving
They
this.
wouldn't hide it in the text if it was going on, and it's
Yeah,
certainly not like anything like deviant underground, not accepted by society
yeah,
homosexuality in the '70s type thing. It's just
yeah.
nothing like that.
Because if guys were really only attracted to guys, they would be these bachelors that were ridiculed in these shame parades, as I mentioned.
Yeah, it might be their shame parade. They might actually be shameful as they are at pride parades. Who knows?
Yeah,
All right. Besides all this, there was always one of the best and honestest men in the city appointed to undertake the charge and governance of them. He again arranged them into their several bands and set over each of them for their captain the most temperate and boldest of those they called Irens, who were usually 20 years old, 2 years out of the boys, and the oldest of the boys. Again, were Irens, as much as to say who would shortly be men. These young men, therefore, was this young man, therefore, was their captain when they fought and their master at home, using them for the offices of his house, sending the eldest of them to fetch wood, and the weaker and less able to gather salads and herbs. And these they must either go without or steal, which they did by creeping into the gardens or conveying themselves cunningly and closely into the eating houses if they were taken in the fact. So again, it's just soldiers. From the time they're 12, they're soldiers and they're being given orders of tasks to do. Sweep the sun off the sidewalk, find the best pine cone. Like they're just being given jobs to do, and then they've got to sort of figure out how to eat and fend for themselves a little bit. Um, if they were taken in the fact, they were whipped without mercy for thieving so ill and awkwardly, not for thieving, but for thieving badly and getting caught. They
yeah,
stole too all the other meats they could lay their hands on, looking out and watching all opportunities when people were asleep or more careless than usual. So you can imagine the adults sort of laughing and watching the kids sort of try to figure this stuff out. But then also, they beat them very severely when they got caught. So they
yeah.
wanted to teach them, look, we're going to be in a foreign land fighting a war. You got to sneak in and get food and get out, or you're going to die. And I don't want you to die. So I'm going to teach you now. You better be really careful.
Yeah,
Okay.
but this also provided a feedback mechanism for adults who were careless, as the text says here, and they
Yeah,
weren't.
it keeps the
They
adults
were
in
they,
check
they were
too.
being crappy soldiers. What kind of soldier, if you can't stand guard duty and do guard
Yeah,
duty
you gotta keep
properly?
your eyes out. We've built our society in such a way that we have 1,000 little thieves running around, and your job is to protect the goods over here.
Yeah,
Absolutely. Absolutely. So it's an
it's
education in
it,
both directions. So
it's brilliant. It's brilliant, man.
it's pretty it's pretty impressive. Okay. They stole too all the other meat. They could lay their hands on it. If they were caught, they were not only punished with whipping, but hunger too, being reduced to their ordinary allowance, which was but very slender, and so contrived on purpose that they might set about to help themselves and be forced to exercise their energy and address. This was the principal design of their hard fare. There was another, not inconsiderable, that they might grow taller. For the vital spirits not being overburdened and oppressed by too great a quantity of nourishment, which necessarily discharges itself into thickness and breadth, do by their natural lightness rise, and the body, giving and yielding because it is pliant, grows in height. So, obviously, if they've understood those three dimensions, they're not starving the kids and making them emaciated. They're just making sure they don't have enough food to get fat at the same time. The same thing seems also to conduce to beauty of shape. Of a dry and lean habit is a better subject for nature's configuration, which the gross and overfed are too heavy to submit to properly. Just as we find that women who take physic whilst they are with child bear leaner and smaller, but better shaped and prettier children, the material they come of having been more pliable and easily molded. The reason, however, I leave for others to determine. Okay, he's noticing an observation. This is very intelligent to notice observations and record facts and say, who knows what the theory is? These scientists might figure it out. Maybe it's this, maybe it's that. All I know is this is the outcome when you do this. And that's all I need to know for the practical application of the state. Okay. To return from whence we have digressed, so seriously did the Lacedaemonian children go about their stealing that a youth, having stolen a young fox and hid it under his coat, suffered it to tear out his very bowels with its teeth and claws, and died upon the place rather than let it be seen, which is practiced to this very day in Lacedaemon, is enough. Which is practiced to this very day in Lacedaemon is enough to gain credit to this story. For I myself have seen several of the youths endure whipping to death at the foot of the altar of Diana, surnamed Orthia. It was rough. If you made it as a Spartan to old age, if you made it to become one of the citizens in the, if you were of marrying age, if you made it to that point, it was because you were put through the ringer and you could make it. That's pretty tough. That's tough education on the kids. The IRENT, but it's with an eye to the state and the health of the state. So let's see if we can finish this. The Iron or undermaster used to stay a little with them after supper, and one of them he bade to sing a song, to another he put a question which required an advised and deliberate answer. For example, who was the best man in the city, what he thought of such and such an action of such man, of a certain man. They used them thus early to pass a right judgment upon persons and things, and to inform themselves of the abilities or defects of their countrymen. It so both directions, as Roger pointed out a second ago. First, I want to test and see if you're wise enough to tell that that guy was being foolish and this guy should lead. And secondly, all the other men need to know the kids are noticing what you're doing. And they're going to point out that you're a piece of shit if you're a piece of shit. And then that's going to reverberate in the civilization, in the way you're treated.
This is brilliant, man, because it reinforces education in terms of emotional intelligence and character literacy. So
Yeah.
they are embedded in the way they raised kids. They are teaching kids how to notice character defects and how to
Yep.
notice character excellence.
Yeah. The civilizational standard. Yeah. Yeah. Cultural. Okay. They used them thus early to pass right judgments, inform themselves of the abilities or defects of their countrymen. If they had not an answer ready to the question, so this is the under leader, there's the head leader, then the groups have under leaders, and then there's the boys have their own leader. If they don't answer the question very well, who was a good or who was an ill reputed citizen, they were looked upon as of a dull and careless disposition, to have little or no sense of virtue and honor. So they're making them think about these things from an early age. Besides this, were to give a good reason for why they said what they said, and in as few words and as comprehensive as might be. They were really sharp about use as few words as possible. That's why they got so witty. He that failed of this or answered not to the purpose had his thumb bit by the master. Sometimes the iron did this in the presence of the old men and magistrates. So there's kind of overseeing of the overseeing, right? That they might see whether he punished him justly and in due measure or not. And when he did amiss, they would not reprove him before the boys. But when they were gone, he was called to an account and underwent correction. Right. So none of this is, hey, be vicious and mean and bully people. It's we've got an eye to creating a healthy citizenry of young boys who learn about civic responsibility and honor. And you were too harsh on that kid. but we're
Yeah,
not
but
gonna say that in front of the kids
yeah,
because we need them to
exactly.
respect you
They
still.
they
So
wouldn't
we need to make
undermine. Yeah, they wouldn't undermine his authority in front of the kids. That's a
Yep.
really smart move.
So that shows that everybody engaged in this is noticing the structure and why it's in play, and they're all picking on each other to make sure that they're caring about the things they're supposed to be caring about, which as a young child they started learning they should care about, which is I making right judgments about people's characters, and am I admiring the right people, and if I have a good excuse can I give a rational justification of the opinions that I have, and can I be terse about it? And so so if this structure wasn't there, it would just sound like Kyrgyz said, let the big people pick on the little people. But the person in charge is being overseen by someone else who says, listen, we're trying to train these kids. You're being too harsh on them or something like that. Okay. Not reproof, but not before the boys, as you point out, because the structure has to remain. Okay. But when they were gone, he was called to account and underwent correction if he had run far into either of the extremes of indulgence or severity. Hey, you should have told that kid he gave a bad answer. You were being too nice to him. Hey, that kid didn't deserve such a hard bite on the thumb because, I think his answer was fine. I think you're just jealous of what he said or something. Okay. Their lovers and favors, too, had a share in the young boy's honor or disgrace. And there goes a story that one of them was fined by the magistrate because the lad whom he loved cried out effeminately as he was fighting. Okay, so I knew this was coming. We're going to get to some answers about your about the questions of the homosexuality going on here. Um, a boy who's being screwed cries out effeminately, and that's why he gets punished. So he's not punished for having homosexual sex; he's punished for moaning like a woman when he does so. And though this sort of love was so approved among them that the most virtuous matrons would make professions of it to young girls, yet rivalry did not exist. And if several men's fancies met in one person, it was rather the beginning of an intimate friendship, whilst they all jointly conspired to render the object of their affection as accomplished as possible. So this is sort of like before marrying age. The kids are kind of screwing around, and it's not clear yet if older men are involved in this or even older women. It's possible that it's just sort of in their age group and we're sort of allowing that to happen and not engaging. The text hasn't yet been totally clear. I think I know what it is, but we'll just leave it at that with what we know so far. They taught them also to speak with a natural and disgraceful raillery, and to comprehend much matter of thought in few words. For Lycurgus, who ordered, as we saw, that a great piece of money should be but of an inconsiderable value, on the contrary, would allow no discourse to be current which did not contain in few words a great deal of useful and curious sense. Okay, so the money has to be worthless and words have to be valuable. Children in Sparta, by a habit of long silence, came to give just and sententious answers. Now, that's quite a discipline of the mind, especially for children. So he's really shaping a type of character out of all of this. For
No,
indeed, oh, go ahead.
no blabbermouths in Sparta allowed.
Yeah. Even as a young kid, you're going to be trained pretty quickly like you should be using few words, and your words that you are using, they better have effect. They can't just be like, even if you only say a few words but they're just a tautology and don't mean anything, you're getting bit on the thumb. You got to say something of meaning and you got to use as few words as possible. And it kind of reminds you of the horses, the Chinamen, at the end of the fourth book of Gulliver's Travels. They one horse creature will go, and then like a week or two later, the other one will respond because he wanted to make sure that the words he was using were worth saying. So he thought about it for a week before responding. All right, so that's sort of what he's trying to shape here. Okay. For indeed, as loose and incontinent livers are seldom fathers of many children, so loose and incontinent talkers seldom originate many sensible words. King Aegeus, when some Athenian laughed at their short words and said that the jugglers on the stage swallowed them with ease, answered him, "We find them long enough to reach our enemies with." And as their swords were short and sharp, so it seems to me were their sayings. They reach the point and arrest the attention of the hearers better than any. Lycurgus herself, I'm sorry, Lycurgus himself seems to have been short and sententious, if we may trust the anecdotes of him, as appears by his answer to one who by all means would set up a democracy in Lacedaemon. Begin, friend, said he, and set it up in your family. Okay. So, oh, I want to change the politics of Sparta. I want it to be a democracy. Great. Start with your house. Let me
This is
tell you.
precisely the answer I give to people who want to turn a country into a socialist country. I like to tell them, well, try to make your family first socialist. Try going small at first. Don't go all arrogant and whatever, and maybe then your street
You
and a
probably
small,
can.
yeah,
The thing is, you probably can do that with a family of socialism because you give to the
yeah,
kids what they need. You take, but a democracy ain't going to work. All right. If you want to have a democracy, then the kids are going to
yeah,
outnumber everybody and it's candy for dinner all the time. And
yeah,
so he's basically saying, all right, prove to me it works on the family level and then we'll do it. But he's
yeah.
saying it as he's not even making much of a point except just saying the main point, which is that's not going to work. So yeah, great. You have my permission. Let's turn everything into a democracy. Your house first. Ah, and he did it with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 words in English, which was probably 3 or 4 in Greek. Another asked him why he allowed of such mean and trivial sacrifices to the gods. Why do you allow that? He replied, that we may always have something to offer to them. There's irony and humor, there's wit in all of this, right? And a point, right? It's not good enough that it be funny or that it be mocking or irreverent. It has to actually make a point. That's the difference between an epigram and just a sort of a funny saying. Being asked what sort of martial exercises or combats he approved of, he answered, all except those in which you stretch out your hands. Sim- Similar answers addressed to his countrymen by letter are ascribed to him as being consulted how they might best oppose an invasion of their enemies. He returned this answer: by continuing poor and not coveting each man to be greater than his fellow. And no one's going to invade you if you just stay poor. Being consulted again whether it was requisite to enclose the city with a wall, he sent them word, the city is well fortified, which hath a wall of men instead of brick. But whether these letters were counterfeit or not is not easy to determine. There's another story about Leonidas. Uh, I so when Alexander the Great came through, he had on his shield the etched into his shield Alexander the Great, King of Greece, and at the bottom, except for Sparta. And the reason why he had except for Sparta there is that he wouldn't have been king of Greece if he hadn't said except for Sparta, because the Spartans wouldn't have given him one night of peaceful sleep if he had acted like he owned them too. So he could be king of Greece if he wrote except for Sparta. But there's a story that when he was coming through with his armies, he noticed that there were no walls around Sparta. Every other city has walls. So you need fortification and protection. What Leonidas said was, to the army, to the general, to the captains, to the people that are saying, what is with this town that has no walls? He says, you see this boy over here? You see this woman here? That man right there. This young lady here? These are our walls. You come and find out about our walls. These are our walls. Okay? So the Spartans could use very few words and give you chills. Of their dislike to talkativeness, the following apothegms are evidence. King Leonidas said to one who held him in discourse upon useful matter, but not in due time and place. So we're talking about something important, but this isn't the place for it. Much to the purpose, sir. Elsewhere, King Charillus, the nephew of Lycurgus, right, that first one, being asked why his uncle made so few laws, answered, men of few words require but few laws. Huh, there's an idea. When one named Hecatius, the sophist, because that, being invited to the public table, he had not spoken one word all supper time, Archidamus answered in his vindication, he who knows how to speak knows also when. So these guys in their 15 groups of barracks that are hanging out and eating together are not being rowdy. Okay. Remember, they're all hanging out and they're eating. They're being quiet. They're being careful. And one guy, maybe the eldest, maybe the guy that has more respect, might say something. And maybe the conversation will bounce back and forth over some paused time. And it's like everything that's being said is going to be very thoughtful instead of just a lot of democratic rabble and hit the like and subscribe button and look at this and look at this. And here's a pop up. It's like that's not the conscious world they're living in. They're living in a we've come to eat. So we're sitting. Why am I talking? I'm not talking. I'm describing what they're doing, but they're not talking. They're sitting, they're eating, they're noticing each other. They're saying, like, that's very important when you're fighting in battle to notice physically what you can know about what the person, your brother, is thinking by the way he's moving, right? I need you to hand me something. I don't need to say it. We're all paying attention quietly to each other and becoming a singular body. And if there are words, they're meaningful. And that's making them valuable.
Probably also for not being so submersed in words when they are with their mates. Probably non-verbal communication got a lot more showtime, basically. If someone was more anxious or was a bit more jittery or something like that because he had arranged with his wife for a little escapade, it will probably be noticeable by these
Yeah.
guys.
He's gotta hide it because
Yeah.
someone could say something, right? You've gotta be very stoical to get along here. And imagine being on a battlefield with a brother who could just go like this and you know what he's thinking, okay? I remember there's a group I just heard a story about a group of, soldiers. You know how in the movies, you go into the house, you go, "Clear, clear, stairs," and you point the gun up and all this stuff. Well, there's a group of young soldiers who were doing all of that training, and they said to themselves, "Why are we shouting? If you pull your gun up like this, I know there's stairs." So they started reworking it just now. Like this is just like a new development where they're reworking it all to be like, can we just know what we're thinking without having to shout shit at each other? Because that is telling the enemy stuff about us. So that's Sparta. Spartan soldiers are like that. Okay. And we're just graduating to right now as we make another development. Okay. So he who knows how to speak also knows when. The sharp and yet not ungraceful retorts, which I mentioned, may be instanced as follows. We're going to hear great stories. Now, one of the great things about reading about the ancient Greeks is that sometimes, and one of the best story of this is Diogenes, who Roger mentioned earlier. There's stories about Diogenes where he says something, and it is so unbelievably hilarious that people have just told each other for generations till now. I mean, I don't remember the book you can read about it in, but I remember the professor who tells the story, and I remember telling it to someone else. Diogenes was king of this. But these we're about to read about times that somebody said something to someone else and a Spartan retorted, and it was particularly witty. All right. They're sharp and yet not and yet not ungraceful retorts mentioned. Here we go, some examples. Demaratus, being asked in a troublesome manner by an importunate fellow who was the best man in Lacedaemon, answered at last, "He, sir, that is least like you." Okay, so there's this little gossip who's like, "Who do you think is the best? Who do you think is the best guy? I'm going to try to get like the jealousy going and blah blah blah." And he goes, "The one who's least like you." That's the best man in Sparta. Okay, some in company where Agis was much extolled the Eleans for their just and honorable management of the Olympic Games. "Indeed," said Agis, "they are highly to be commended if they can do justice one day in 5 years." Okay. Theopompus. Now you've got to imagine the political environment around that, where, often you'll notice if you're paying attention that people are expressing opinions because they're like sheep who are saying, I'm supposed to vote yes or no to something, and just calmly breaking that and saying an opinion that doesn't fit it is it can get shocking reactions. It's like I can't think of good examples from myself that won't sound petty compared to the Spartans, so I'll just admit that they're petty compared to the Spartans. But
Well, you can have an example from Diogenes himself.
Yeah, well, we can have Diogenes is going to be shaking up everything, right? So Diogenes is going to be shaking up every social.
He was trying to emulate the Spartans.
Yeah.
Yeah, and one day in one of the games, I think it was the Pythian games, someone was boasting that they could win in every, you know, game in these games, and Diogenes just says, "Well, you win against slaves, I win against men."
Okay. So that's good. Um, I'm gonna resist the temptation to have us tennis ball back and forth different Diogenes stories, but
But this is the Spartan, kind of
yeah,
pathos.
yeah. So let's just see these examples. So Theopompus answered a stranger who had talked much of
Show the text again, please.
oh, absolutely, thank you. Theopompus answered a stranger who had talked much of his affection to the Lacedaemonians and said that his countrymen called him Philolacon, a lover of the Lacedaemonians. That it had been more for his honor if they had called him Philippolitus, a lover of his own countrymen. All right. So he's coming and he's like, "Hey, it's the Spartans. I love you guys. I love you more than anybody. Like, accept me in your club," in a sense. He goes, "Yeah, we like associating with people who are lovers of their countrymen. Why don't you make your city better and fall in love with it? Why don't you do something good for them?" They're not gonna take flattery. You notice there are some people who are easily flattered. The Spartans don't wanna be flattered. They don't wanna be complimented, and they might have contempt for you, and they might prefer an insult from you to praise, because what have you done to become the sort of person whose praise would matter to them or whose insults would matter to them, all right? And so you're dealing with something like that. You're not gonna just throw around some words and blow people in any direction.
Yeah, they were inoculated against sycophancy. They don't have any insecurities. They
Yeah.
don't want anyone to kind of validate them because they are already doing that job for themselves.
Imagine
Yeah.
Imagine a teenager who likes to play Call of Duty, going up into a bar to a table of Marines and trying to buddy up to them. Like, that's the sp like, that's what happened to this guy, okay? Like, what happened to this guy was he's like, "Hey, yeah, I love you guys. I love you guys so much that my buddies say, like, I'm, like, a lover of you guys." And they're like, "Yeah? You love me now that I point out that you should have been a lover of your own countrymen and you should have done something worth doing," and like he cut through all of that with just that one little phrase. So that's what we mean by this type of wit.
Yeah.
Phlis- Phlistonax, the son of Pausanias, when an orator of Athens said that the Lacedaemonians had no learning, told him, "You say true, sir. We alone of all the Greeks have learned none of your bad qualities." One asked Archimedes what number there might be of the Spartans. He answered, "Enough, sir, to keep out wicked men." Okay. Often, that's the second or third example where someone is saying, "I'm trying to calculate by the numbers or by the physical wall what matters." And the Spartans are saying, "What matters is remembering the purpose and being the sort of people that won't flinch." And so they're bringing it back to that. All right. We may see their character too in their very jests, for they did not throw them out at random, but the very wit of them was grounded upon something or other worth thinking about. For instance, one being asked to go hear a man who exactly counterfeited the voice of a nightingale and answered, "Sir, I've heard the nightingale itself." Another having read the following inscription upon a tomb, so he saw a tomb where it said, "Seeking to quench tyranny, they at Selinus did in battle die," said it served them right, for instead of trying to quench the tyranny, they should have let it burn out. Now, Lycurgus taught them this. Like, this is unstable. It's unstable to have a dictatorship, and it's unstable to be the sort of people who require one to be ruled. You've got to govern yourself, and you've got to become disciplined, and that's what the Spartans are showing us. Okay, a lad being offered some gamecocks that would die upon the spot said that he cared not for cocks that would die, but for such that would live and kill others. Another, seeing people easing themselves on seats, said, "God forbid I should sit where I could not get to salute my elders." In short, their answers were so sententious and pertinent that one said, well, that intellectual much more truly than athletic exercise was the Spartan characteristic. Okay. So imagine you go and you want to buy roosters for a cockfight. And the branding is come here to get a rooster that will die. But you're not saying because it'll die because you want to lose the fight. It's over here are the roosters for breeding. Over here are the roosters for cockfights. But you become so blind to the constant advertising that you don't realize the stupidity of the words. I remember Hitchens used to open up the New York Times every day just so that he could read all the news that's fit to print, just so that he could see if it still made him angry every time. Right? He's like, fuck this. You're talking at me like I'm stupid, and I'm really annoyed by it. The Spartans could remain annoyed by that rather than just sort of letting it make them dumber. Okay. And so they're doing it. This was what I meant by some sort of more trivial things. They're doing it all the time because they're actually using their words and their ideas and paying attention rather than living in cliches. All right. Nor was their instruction in music and verse less carefully attended to than their habits of grace and good breeding and conversation. And their very songs had a life and spirit in them that inflamed and possessed men's minds with an enthusiasm and ardor for action. The style of them was plain and without affectation, the subject always serious and moral. Most usually it was in praise of such men as had died in defense of their country or in derision of those that had been cowards. The former they declared happy and glorified. The life of the latter they described as most miserable and abject. There were also vaunts of what they would do and boasts of what they had done, like they were rap battle artists, varying with the various ages. As, for example, they had three choirs in their solemn festivals, the first of the old men, the second of the young men, and the last of the children. The old man began thusly: "We were once young and brave and strong." The young men answered in their singing, and we're so now, come on and try. And then the children sing, but we'll be strongest by and by. Imagine the little 7-year-olds, like, right? So this is them having solidarity betwixt the generational. And so we've already seen how much is put together for the solidarity among and the respect between. But then this is them all coming together to say, we're one thing here. Indeed, if we will take the pains to consider their compositions, some of which were still extant in our days, and the airs on the flute to which they marched when going into battle, we shall find that Terpander and Pindar had reason to say that musing and valor were allied. The first says of Lacedaemon, "The spear and song do in her do meet. The spear and song in her do meet, and justice walks about her street." And Pindar says, "Counsels of wise elders here, and the young men's conquering spear, and dance and song and joy appear, both describing the Spartans as no less musical than warlike in their words of one of their own poets, with the iron stern and sharp comes the playing on the harp." For indeed, before they engaged in battle, the king first did sacrifice to the muses, in all likelihood, to put them in mind. And remember, Thales is giving them music to order their mind at the behest of Lycurgus at the very beginning of this. Okay. This isn't, I wrote a law and you have to obey it. This is, we are fundamentally structuring ourselves in our deepest rhythms to order and patterns. Okay. They said
It's almost like this is a society BIOS update, basically.
society by what?
A society BIOS update. So it was an update of the core of the software of the society. It's not.
Societal update. Got
Yeah,
it.
yeah, it's not like it's some laws that were patched on or something like that, or some new fad or whatever. This sits at the core that Thales delivered.
It seems hard to imagine. It's hard to believe. It's pretty miraculous. Okay. In all likelihood, to put them in mind of the manner of their education and of the judgment that would be passed upon their actions, and thereby to animate them to the performance of exploits that should deserve a record. Just singing a song reminds you of all of that all at once, and sacrificing the muses. At such times, too, the Lacedaemonians abated a little the severity of their manners in favor of their young men, suffering them to curl and adorn their hair and to have costly arms and fine clothes, and were well pleased to see them like proud horses neighing and pressing to the course. And therefore, as soon as they came to be well grown, they took a great deal of care of their hair to have it parted and trimmed, especially against a day of battle, pursuant to a saying recorded of the lawgiver that a large head of hair added beauty to a good face and terror to an ugly one. When they were in the field, their exercises were generally more moderate, their fare not so hard, nor so strict a hand held over them by their officers, so that they were the only people in the world to whom war gave repose. Okay, that's what that sentence was all about. I thought, this is wild.
Wow.
Okay, so life's tough in Sparta, but phew, we get it's like the R&R is going to war. Okay? Like we get a little bit of a break here because they know we're actually fighting, so we get to like have a little bit better time of it because we've been toughened up and we're ready for anything. So, hey, if we have a bad day, it's just a normal day. Oh my
And
word.
it also probably is outstanding for morale, troop
Yeah.
morale.
Yeah. This is more fun than I've ever had. I've been in a war my whole life. This is like a vacation. That's
Yeah.
crazy. When their army was drawn up in battle array and the enemy near, the king sacrificed a goat, commanded the soldiers to set their garlands upon their heads, and the pipers to play the tune of the hymn of the hymn to Castor, and himself began the paean of advance. It was at once a magnificent and a terrible sight to see them march on to the tune of their flutes without any disorder in their ranks, any discomposure in their minds, or change in their countenances. They're on vacation at that moment. This is insane. Calmly and cheerfully moving with the music to the deadly fight. Men in this temper were not likely to be possessed with fear or any transport of fury, but with the deliberate valor of hope and assurance, as if some divinity were attending and conducting them. The king had always about his person someone who had been crowned in the Olympic Games, and upon this account a Lacedaemonian is said to have refused a considerable present which was offered to him upon condition that he would not come into the lists. And when he had, with much to do, thrown his antagonist, some of the spectators saying to him, "And now, Sir Lacedaemonian, what are you the better for your victory?" He answered, smiling, "I shall fight next the king." After they had routed an enemy, they pursued him till they were well assured of the victory, and then they sounded a retreat, thinking it base and unworthy of a Grecian people to cut men in pieces, who had given up and abandoned all resistance. Pause. Pause. 1 second. Let me just pull this up and share it on the screen. Okay. You have no idea. This is amazing. I'm gonna pull it up, probably on Abe Books. That's the best way to buy books anyway. Okay, let's share this. Okay, it's a book called On Killing by David Grossman. This is a book well worth reading. Um, Captain in the military, and he decides to study war and killing. He's a psychologist. He says there's a library full of books on puberty and adolescence and sexuality and all this. We don't have a single book on what it takes psychologically to kill a person. And he comes up with some pretty impressive theories. I won't go into the whole book right now. We're almost done with this reading. I'll tell you that there's a lot in that book that we could talk about right now that's really exciting and interesting and get your mind going, and it's powerful stuff. Put all that aside. Here's the one that's relevant. He demonstrates with a lot of evidence that wars before maybe the Vietnam era mostly were like football matches. They weren't really about killing at all. When a wolf is going to kill, he gets small and he hunts and he's quiet. When he's fighting with another wolf who he does not intend to kill, he gets loud and big. People who are trying to kill don't wear big feathers and pound loud drums. They're like ninjas. They're the Green Beret. They're quiet. They're small. They sneak up and they get the job done if you're trying to kill. So what are you trying to do if you're on a battlefield that's deadly if it's not to kill? He says it's not about fight or flight. It's about fight, flight, and submission. It's about getting the enemy to run away. Now here's the thing. If it's hard to kill a member of your same species. He talks about piranha bite everything, but they flap their fins against each other when they're fighting. Snakes bite anything, but they wrestle with each other. They don't actually bite each other. There's this deep ingrained psychological thing to not kill a member of your same species. So what happened in ancient times and in very archaic times, he says, is you basically try to look intimidating until you make the enemy run away. Then when they're running away, it's easier to kill them in the back because they're cowards and you're not looking at their faces. It was sort of the theory. There's more to it. I'm going to wrap this up. So the main point is this. If that's what war was like, and the point was to kill them while they're running away, the Spartans don't do that even. They just get you to run away and say, "Okay, we could have killed you all. So fuck off. Don't mess with us anymore." Right? And that was enough. So this lack of this Lycurgian understanding of what's really going on in war has trained them to be so ferocious and yet to not be bloodthirsty. And to okay, this is astonishing. We could talk about this a long time. It's very late and we got to wrap this up. Let's finish. This manner of dealing with their enemies did not only show magnanimity, but was politic too. For knowing that they killed only those who made resistance and gave quarter to the rest, men generally thought it best to wait to consult their safety by flight. Right. So, in other words, also, if you're fighting a battle and you want the enemy to give up, don't punish them for giving up. Right. Don't punish things you want to see more of. All right, this is clever. Okay. Hippias the sophist says that Lycurgus himself was a great soldier and an experienced commander. Philostephanus attributes to him the first division of the cavalry into troops of 50s and square body, but Demetrius the we're going to try to skip through this a little bit because it's getting late. And indeed, the Olympic holy truce, a cessation of arms, so procured by the means of management, inclines me to think him a kind-natured man, one that loved quietness and peace. Notwithstanding all of this, Herpimius tells us that he had no hand in the ordinance, that Epictetus made it, that Lycurgus came only as spectator, and that the mere accident, and that a mere accident too. Being there, he heard as it were, a man's voice behind him, blaming and wondering at him that he did not encourage his countrymen to resort to the assembly, and turning about and seeing no man, concluded that it was a voice from heaven, and upon this immediately went to Epictetus and assisted him in ordering the ceremonies of that feast, which by his means were better established with more repute than before. Okay, to return to the Lacedaemonians. The discipline continued still after they were full grown men. No one was allowed to live after his own fancy. But the city was a sort of camp in which every man had his share of provisions and business set out and looked upon himself not so much born to serve his own ends as the interests of his country. Therefore, if they were commanded nothing else, they went to see the boys perform their exercises, to teach them something useful, or to learn it themselves of those who knew better. And indeed, one of the greatest and highest blessings Lycurgus procured his people was the abundance of leisure which proceeded from his forbidding to them the exercise of any mean and mechanical trade, of the money trading that depends on troublesome going about. It's very much like Plato's Republic, right? Okay, so they're not engaged in that stuff. They can sort of hang out and just be concerned with being good fellas and learning from each other, older and younger, and all that stuff. All right, the business has to be done by the helots, tilled the ground for them yearly, blah blah. We kind of know about all that. We're gonna just get to the end of this. It need not be said that upon the prohibition of gold and silver, all lawsuits immediately ceased. Hey, need not be said, but say it anyway. Holy mackerel. For there was now neither avarice nor poverty amongst them, but equality, where every man's wants were supplied, and independence, because those wants were so small. All their time, except when they were in the field was taken up by the choral dances and the festivals, and hunting and in attendance with the exercise grounds and the places of public conversation. Those who were under 30 years of age were not allowed to go into the marketplace, but had the necessities of their family supplied by the care of their relations and lovers. Nor was it for the credit of elderly men to be seen too often in the marketplace. It was esteemed more suitable for them to frequent the exercise grounds and places of conversation where they spent their leisure rationally in conversation, not on money making in marketplaces, but giving advice and learning things and all of that. But for the most part, in passing judgment on some action worth considering, extolling the good, censuring those who were otherwise, and that in a light of sportive manner, conveying without too much gravity lessons of advice and improvement. Okay, you're an old Spartan. You should be around all the places where we're exercising and working and give us advice and blah, blah, blah. Teach us how to think. Nor was Lycurgus himself unduly austere. It was he who dedicated, says Eusebius, the little statue of laughter, mirth, introduced seasonably at their suppers and places of common entertainment, was to serve as a sort of sweetmeat to accompany their strict and hard life. To conclude, he bred up his citizens in such a way that they neither would nor could live by themselves. One, dependent on each other. They were to make themselves one with the public good. Their character was oriented towards the state thriving, clustering like bees around their commander. Be by their zeal and public spirit carried all but out of themselves and devoted wholly to their country. That's he was aiming at their character. This is Plutarch's summation of what he was trying to accomplish in that. What their sentiments were, well, will better appear by a few of their sayings. Let's pause. We're going to make it to the end of this, but just in case we don't, I want to tell the last story of Lycurgus, which mattered. Lycurgus wrote these laws, and he wanted the Spartans to swear to follow them forever. But they weren't sure in the beginning if they really wanted to do that. So, wise Lycurgus says to them, listen, I have some business in Corinth. I'm going to go to Corinth. All of you swear to follow these laws until I return. Then we can discuss changing them. These are the laws until I return. Follow them until I come back from my business trip, and swear that you will do that. They all swear. And he goes to Corinth and kills him so he can never return. And they swore and they followed the laws for centuries. Lycurgus was about his work and about accomplishing something that was impossible to imagine somebody could accomplish. And we have a description historically of just how much he accomplished, the changing of the characters, the orientation of the environment to give room and fruit for the best in the characters of the men, whatever, all of it that we've been reading. Let's really rapidly try to read the rest of this, and we'll call it quits. Okay, what their sentiments were will be better said by looking at a few of their sayings. Okay. Patratus, not being admitted into the list of the 300, returned home with a joyful face, well pleased to find that there were in Sparta 300 men better than himself. There's no jealousy here, right? I'm going to go try to become one of the 300 best. I didn't make it. Can you believe it? I live in a city where 300 men are even better than me. That's his attitude. Polycritidas, being sent with some others, ambassadors to the lieutenants of the king of Persia, being asked by them whether they came in a private or in a public character, answered, in a public if we succeed, if not, in a private character. Okay, if we are successful, it's to the state. If we fail, that was just, don't even listen to what we said. We are just a bunch of fuck ups. All right. Argilianus, we'll take the responsibility. Argilianus asking some who came from Amphipolis if her son Brasidas died courageously as became a Spartan on their beginning to praise him to a high degree, and saying there was not such another left in Sparta, answered, do not say so. Brasidas was a good and brave man, but there are in Sparta many better than he. The Senate, as I've said before, consisted of those who were Lycurgus's chief aiders and assistants in his plans. The the vac the vacancies ordered to be supplied out of the best and most deserving men of the past 60 years old. Now there's a good fucking law. Okay. I'm not voting for anybody who's not retired. And we need not wonder if there was much striving for it. For what more glorious competition could there be amongst men than be one which is not contested as the swiftest among the swift, the strongest among the strong, but who is the wisest and good amongst the wisest and best, and fittest to be entrusted forever after as the reward of his merit with the supreme authority of the Commonwealth of the power over the lives, franchises, and highest interest of all of his countrymen. The manner of their election was as follows. The people, being called together, selected persons were locked up in a room near the place of election, so contrived that they could neither see nor be seen, but could only hear the noise of the assembly without. For they decided this, as most other affairs of moment, by the shouts of the people. This done, the competitors were not brought in and presented all together, but one after another by lot, and passed in order through the assembly without speaking a word. Those who were locked up had writing tablets with them, in which they recorded and marked each shout by its loudness, without knowing in favor of. They did a double blind test study. Okay, they literally did double blind elections to be like, I'm not even going to trust counter to even look at who's counting. We're going to make noise. Somebody who doesn't even know who we're cheering for is going to write down. You get it. Okay. But merely that they came first, second, third, and so forth. So he who was found to have the most and loudest acclamations was declared senator duly elected. Upon this, he had a garland set upon his head and went in procession to all the temples to give thanks to the gods. A great number of young men followed him with applauses, and women also singing verses in his honor and extolling the virtues and happiness of his life. As he went round the city in this manner, each of his relations and friends set a table before him, saying, the city honors you with this banquet. But he, instead of accepting, passed round to the common table where he formerly used to eat and was served as before, accepting that now he had a second allowance, which he took and put by. By the time supper was ended, the women who were of kin to him had come about the door, and he, beckoning to her whom he most esteemed, presented to her the portion he had saved, saying that it had been a mark of esteem to him, and was so now to her. Upon which she was triumphantly waited upon home by the women. Okay. All of the civic responsibility and duties sewn into the very behavior of winning an election. We got it. Touching burials, Lycurgus made very wise regulations for, first of all, to cut off all superstition. He allowed them to bury their dead within the city and even round about their temples, to the end that their youth might be accustomed to such spectacles and not be afraid to see a dead body, or imagine that to touch a corpse or to tread upon a grave would defile a man. In the next place, he commanded them to put nothing into the ground with them, except if they pleased a few olive leaves and the scarlet cloth which they were wrapped in. He would not suffer the names to be inscribed, except only of men who fell in the wars or women who died in a sacred office. The time, too, appointed for mourning was very short, 11 days. On the 12th, they were to do sacrifice to Ceres and leave it off, so that we may see that as he cut off all superfluity, so in things necessary there was nothing so small and trivial which did not express some homage or virtue or scorn of vice. He filled Lacedaemon all through with proofs and examples of good conduct, with the constant sight of which from their youth up the people would hardly fail to be gradually formed and advanced in virtue. And this was the reason why he forbade them to travel abroad and go about acquainting themselves with the foreign rules of morality and habits of ill-educated people and different views of government. With all, he banished from Lacedaemon all strangers who would not give a very good reason for their coming hither, not because he was afraid lest they should inform themselves of and imitate his manner of government, as Thucydides says, that wasn't the reason, or learn anything of their good, but rather lest they should introduce something contrary to good manners. With strange people, strange words must be admitted. These novelties produce novelties in thought, and on these fellow views, and on these follow views and feelings whose discordant character destroys the harmony of the state, he was as careful to save his city from the infection of foreign bad habits as men usually are to prevent the introduction of a pestilence. Hitherto I, for my part, I see no sign of injustice or want of equity in the laws of Lycurgus, though some who admit them to be welcome. All right, look, let's stop here. We decided that we were going to read Lycurgus, and then we were going to read um, Plutarch's take on Numa, who's the lawgiver to the Romans. And then one of the things that's really awesome about Plutarch is that he'll do Alexander the Great, he'll do Caesar, and then he'll compare the two. So he has a section called The Comparison of Numa with Lycurgus. We will pick up tomorrow at some point, finishing with Lycurgus. We got the last story anyway. Wrap it up there. And how much more is there here? You think I can read fast enough? Let's read fast enough. We're going to read as quickly as possible. But then we're going to read those other two tomorrow. All right, everybody. And I'm going to end the stream as soon as we read the last word. Hitherto, for my part, I see no injustice or want of equity in the laws of Lycurgus, though some who admit them to be well contrived to make good soldiers pronounce them defective in points of justice. The Cryptia, perhaps, if it were one of Lycurgus's ordinances, as Aristotle says it was, gave
Hold on,
gave
man.
both.
You're not sharing the text.
Oh, I'm on the wrong page. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for pointing that out every time.
Go
Thank you.
on.
All right, pronounce them defective point of justice. The Cryptia, Lycurgus' ordinances, Aristotle says it was, gave him both to him and Plato too, this opinion alike of the lawgiver and his government. By this ordinance, the magistrates dispatched privately some of the ablest of the young men into the country from time to time, armed only with daggers and taking a little necessary provision with them in the daytime. So he's saying, I don't think this is true, but Aristotle thought it was true. They hid themselves in out of the way places and they lay close, but in the night issued out into the highways and killed all of the helots that they could light upon. Sometimes they set upon them by day. Okay, this is the type of story that people make up of political warring enemies, right? I remember when the Japanese had a story that American soldiers, in order to graduate basic training, had to kill a member of their family or something. Like, this is the type of story that gets made up. And Plutarch is saying it's not true, but that Aristotle said it was true of them. So anyway, that they're just hiding to slay people and slay slaves and people who are working the fields. All right. And also Thucydides, in his history of the Peloponnesian War, tells us that a good number of them, after being singled out for their bravery of the Spartans, garlanded as enfranchised persons and led about to all the temples in token of honor, shortly after disappeared, all of a sudden, being about a number of 2,000, and no man either then or since could give an account of how they came by their deaths. And Aristotle in particular adds that the Ephori, as so soon as they were entered into their office, used to declare war against them, that they might be massacred without a breach of religion. It is confessed on all hands that the Spartans dealt with them very hardly. So everybody agrees they dealt with them hardly. For it was a common thing to force them to drink to excess, to lead them in that condition in their public halls, that the children might see what a sight a drunken man is. They made them to dance low dances and sing ridiculous songs, forbidding them expressly to meddle with any of the better kind. And accordingly, when the Thebans made their invasion into Laconia and took a great number of the Helots, they could by no means persuade them to sing verses of the Terpander, Alcman, or Spendon, for they said the masters do not like it. Okay. So they were second class citizens and they were treated roughly. But really, did they go out and just kill them randomly? Probably not. So that it was truly observed by one that in Sparta he who was free was most so, and he that was a slave there the greatest slave in the world. For my part, I am of the opinion that these outrages and cruelties began to be exercised in Sparta at a later time, especially after the great earthquake when the Helots made a general insurrection. That could be. And joining with the Messenians, laid the country waste and brought the greatest disaster upon the city. For I cannot persuade myself to ascribe to Lycurgus so wicked and barbarous a course, judging of him from the gentleness of his disposition and justice upon all other occasions, to which the oracle also testified. So he's not giving textual evidence for it. He's just saying, I'm studying his character. I don't think that fits. It must be a later development. And I think there's reason in what we have read to think that that's pretty reasonable. Okay. When he perceived that his more important institutions had taken root in the minds of his countrymen, that custom had rendered them familiar and easy, that his commonwealth was now grown up and able to go alone, then, as Plato somewhere tells us, the maker of the world, when first he saw it existing and beginning its motion, felt joy. Even so, Lycurgus, viewing with joy this and satisfaction the greatness and beauty of his political structure, now fairly at work and in motion, conceived the thought to make it immortal too. And, as far as human forecast could reach, to deliver it down unchangeable to posterity. He called an extraordinary assembly for all the people and told them that he now thought everything reasonably well established, both for the happiness and the virtue of the state, but that there was one thing still behind, of the greatest importance, which he thought not fit to impart until he had consulted the oracle. In the meantime, his desire was that they would observe the laws without any the least alteration until his return, and then he would do as the god should direct him. So he's saying there's one more thing. I got to go talk to the deity to find out. Promise to obey the rest of the laws till then. They all consented readily and bade him hasten his journey. But before he departed, he administered an oath on the two kings, the Senate, and the whole commons to abide by and maintain the established form of polity until Lycurgus should come back. Swear to it. This done, he set out for Delphi, and having sacrificed to Apollo, asked him whether the laws he had established were good and sufficient for a people's happiness and virtue. The oracle answered that the laws were excellent, and that the people, while it observed them, should live in the height of renown. Lycurgus took the oracle in writing and sent it over to Sparta. And having sacrificed the second time to Apollo and taken leave of his friends and his son, he resolved that the Spartans should not be released from the oath they had taken, and that he would, of his own act, close his life where he was. He was now about that age in which life was still tolerable and yet might be quitted without regret. Everything, moreover, about him was in a sufficiently prosperous condition. He therefore made an end of himself by a total abstinence from food, thinking it a statesman's duty to make his very death, if possible, an act of service to the state, and even in the end of his life to give some example of virtue and effect some useful purpose. All right. He's going to make sure there's more food for everybody by not eating and doing it a long way till he dies. He would, on the one hand, crown and consummate his own happiness by a death suitable to so honorable a life, and on the other hand, would secure to his countrymen the enjoyment of the advantages he had spent his life in obtaining for them, since they had solemnly sworn the maintenance of his institutions until his return. Nor was he deceived in his expectations, for the city of Lacedaemon continued the chief city of all Greece for the space of 500 years in strict observance to Lycurgus's laws, in all which time there was no manner of alteration made during the reign of 14 kings down to the time of Agis, the son of Archidamus, for the new creation of the Ephyri, though thought to be in favor of the people, was so far from diminishing that it very much heightened the aristocratical character of the government. Okay, so even when there was a change, it was in the same spirit and helped in the same way. In the time of Agis, excuse me, in the time of Agis, gold and silver was first flowed into Sparta. Oh no. And with them, all those mischiefs which attend the immoderate desires of riches. Lysander promoted this disorder.
Hold on. I can't see the text, man.
Oh, I can't
Our
scroll
pictures
down any longer
are
because
above.
I can't scroll down any longer because it's we're gonna have to do this like that. Okay.
Oh
good.
yeah, exactly.
All right.
Yeah, go ahead, man. Last paragraph.
Okay. In the time of Agis, that pesky gold and silver started to flow into Sparta for the first time. What? There you go. And with them, all those mischiefs which attend the moderate desire of riches. Lysander promoted this disorder, for by bringing in rich spoils from the wars, although himself incorrupt, yet by this means filled his country with avarice and luxury, and subverted the laws and ordinances of Lycurgus, so long as which were in force. The aspect presented by Sparta was rather that of a rule of life followed by one wise and temperate man than of the political government of a nation. And as the poets feign of Hercules, that with his lion's skin, what happened to the rest of this?
It seems like it's truncated. Does it
that way?
Does it have a download? Yeah, download there. Now scroll to the lion.
Okay, it got lost.
Oh, maybe there's more. There's more, man.
Maybe, but not
because
much. All right. Time of Aegis, gold and silver,
yeah.
lion skin in his club. He went over the world punishing lawless and cruel tyrants. So may it be said of the Lacedaemonians, that with a common staff and a coarse coat, they gained the willing and joyful obedience of Greece, through whose whole extent they suppressed unjust usurpations and despotisms, arbitrated in war, and composed civil dissensions, and this often without so much as taking down one buckler, but barely by sending some one single deputy by whose direction all at once submitted, like bees swarming and taking their place around their prince. Such a fund of order and equity, enough and to spare for others, existed in their state. Okay, this is amazing. He hasn't just set up one city-state. He's set up the city-state that everybody listens to when things are going to go bad. I mean, he's made a one Greece. And therefore, I cannot but wonder at those who say that the Spartans were good subjects but bad governors, and for proof it is legend, a saying of King Theopompus, an alleged saying of King Theopompus, who, when he said that Sparta held up so long because their kings could command so well, replied, nay, rather than because their people knew how well to obey. For people do not obey unless rulers know how to command. Obedience is a lesson taught by commanders. Okay, so nay, rather because people know so well how to obey, right? A true leader himself creates the obedience in his followers, as it is the last attainment of the art of riding to make a horse gentle and tractable. So it is the science of government to inspire men with a willingness to obey. The Lacedaemonians inspired men not with a mere willingness, but with an absolute desire to be their subjects. For they did not send petitions to them for ships or money or a supply of armed men, but only for a Spartan commander. And having obtained one, used him with honor and reverence, so that the Sicilians behaved to Gylippus, the Chalcidians to Brasidas, and all the Greeks in Asia to Lysander, Callicratides, and Agesilaus. They styled them the composers and chasteners of the people or prince there they were sent to, and had their eyes always fixed upon the city of Sparta itself, with a perfect model of good manners and wise government. The rest seemed as scholars, they masters of Greece, and to this Stratonicus pleasantly alluded. When in jest, he pretended to make a law that the Athenians should conduct religious processions and the mysteries, the Hellenes should preside at the Olympic Games, and if either did amiss, the Lacedaemonians beat Antisthenius. To one of the scholars of Socrates said in earnest of the Thebans that they were elated by their victory at Leuctra. They that they looked like schoolboys who had beaten their master. However, it was not the design of Lycurgus that this city should govern a great many others. He thought rather that the happiness of a state as a private man consisted chiefly in the exercise of virtue. And so this is what he's doing. Roger, the Lycurgian state is the cynicism. It's leave us all alone. We're going to be concerned with the ordering of our own souls. And the byproduct is they ended up influencing the other states. But that's what's going on here. That's quite interesting. All right. Happiness of this day is a private man, chiefly the exercise of his own virtue, and in the concord of the inhabitants, his aim, therefore, in all of his arrangements, was to make and keep them free-minded, self-dependent, and temperate. And therefore, all those who have written well on politics, as Plato, Diogenes, and Zeno, have taken Lycurgus as their model, leaving behind them, however, mere projects and words, whereas Lycurgus was the author, not in writing, but in reality, of a government which none else could so much as copy.
Yeah, Plato, Diogenes, and Zeno are each known to have written books called the Republic. We all the other ones were lost. Only the Plato's survived.
Yeah, that's
But
right.
but anyway, they were all theoretical.
Experimental.
While Lycurgus was not just a thinker, but a man of action as well.
Yeah. Yeah, he did the thing they wrote about doing, and of course they copied him while writing about it. And while men in general have treated the individual philosophic character as unattainable, he, by the example of a complete philosophic state, raised himself high above all other lawgivers of Greece. So he's right, a lawgiver's a philosopher. And so Aristotle says they did him less honor at Lacedaemon after his death than he deserved, although he has a temple there, and they offer sacrifices yearly to him as a god. All right, so he's a god, and at the same time, Aristotle says they're not praising him enough. It is reported that when his bones were brought home from Sparta, his tomb was struck with lightning, an accident which befell no eminent person but himself and Euripides, who was buried at Arethusa in Macedonia. And it may serve that poet's admirers as a testimony in his favor that he had in this the same fate with that holy man of favor and favorite of the gods. Some say Lycurgus died in Chira. Apollothemus says after he had come to Elis, Timaeus and Aristoxenus that he ended his life in Crete. Aristoxenus adds that his tomb is shown by the Cretans in the district of Pergamus near the Strangers Road. He left an only son, Antiorus, whose death without issue his family became extinct. But his relations and friends kept up an annual commemoration of him down to a long time after, and the days of the meeting were called Lycurgy days. Aristocratus, the son of Hipparchus, says that he died in Crete and that his Cretan friends, in accordance with his own request, when they had burned his body, scattered the ashes into the sea for fear lest, if his relics should be transported to Lacedaemon, the people might pretend to be released from their oaths and make innovations in the government. Thus much may suffice for the life and actions of Lycurgus. Okay, we done it. This is late. We're going to call it quits. We will join up tomorrow to read the next few things, and you and I will talk after.